Most days I can barely leave my bed, 'cause someone lives rent-free inside my head. I say I'm not okay, I'm terrified when I go to sleep.
Pizza__hut, congratulations, you're the first and only to redeem this reward this stream.
Can't breathe, and I don't know why. Angels come and they leave into the midnight sky. You only know how much you meant. You only know the time we spent. Take the pain from my heart and make it whole again. Please God, can you give me some relief? I've been out here hiding like a thief. I'll pull the windows down when I feel low. Keep my demons close so nobody knows the darker side that lives inside of me. Oh my God, I can't breathe, and I don't know why. Angels come and they leave into the midnight sky. You only know how much you meant. You only know the time we spent. Take the pain from my heart and make it whole again. Skeletons, nightmares, I don't think they fight fair. Why am I so sad all the time? I don't wanna take my drugs, I just wanna be okay. Will I ever feel again? Skeletons, nightmares, I don't think they fight fair. Why am I so sad all the time? I don't wanna take my drugs, I just wanna be okay. Will I ever feel again? Oh my God, I can't breathe. Angels come and they leave. You only know how much you meant. You only know the time we spent. Take the pain from my heart and make it whole again.
welcome. Be Avenged. Welcome into another exciting episode of Video Gaming with Violet. I'm Violet Avenger. We're not video gaming today. I forgot to fix my camera. Hang on, guys. Welcome in. It's good to see you all. Hope you're having a good Monday. My Monday did not start out so great. I woke up and I was all ready to do the morning stream this morning. And it turns out my internet died. Like, as I was going to change my title and click the start button. It was wild. If it had waited like 2 seconds, I'd already been live. Almost literally. So, glad that didn't happen. We just didn't have stream, which is unfortunate. That's why we're having it now. Good to see you guys. Welcome in, Pizza. Welcome in, Griff. Hope you're doing well. I saw Griff say his Monday was being a little Monday-y as well in the Discord. Unfortunate. They do happen, though. There's a little bit of solace in knowing that I'm not alone on this here Monday. Boy, what a weekend, huh? I guess we could start there. Let's see. Would you all slowly getting better? Heck yeah, that's what I like to hear. Mine also slowly got better. So, and now we're here. And now I'm about to ruin my friendships with everyone. Probably because of my views. We'll see. So, basically, I'm sure we've all heard, or if we haven't heard, you're about to hear all about what happened at the White House on Friday. So I had an interesting series of events going along with that. In that I watched a clip at dinner. I'm not even sure. I don't think it was the whole interview, but just a clip. And I wasn't really paying attention to it. My parents were actually watching it. This was dinner on Friday. And yeah, I wasn't really watching it. I was doing my own thing, but then, you know, as the voices started escalating, I'm like, what's going on here? So I only tuned in to the point where everybody was already like shouting at each other about what I didn't know about. You know, I didn't know anything at that point, right? Other than like that video was playing and I was like, oh, there are people shouting. What is this? Like, and then, you know, I saw the end of it where Trump eventually ends up calming everybody down. And, then they go their separate ways for the day or whatever. I didn't really know who was at fault. I think I do now. Those are the best times to walk in, indeed. I think I have a better handle on it now. I dare say I'm like one of the probably newest experts in Ukraine-Russian war situation, at least for what I could find on like Encyclopedia Britannica and Wikipedia and stuff like that. Because I didn't really I don't really understand what's going on in the Russia-Ukraine war. I mean, that's not true anymore. I didn't. On Friday, I didn't really understand it. At least to the point where, like, you know, I didn't know the major facts that are known by, like, a lot of people, right? So, one of those things would be, like, how many people know when the Russian-Ukraine war started? And if yeah, and I guess who really instigated that? For 5 years now? No, try a decade. See, yeah. It's been going on since 2014. Nope, 2014. Yep, see? This is it. This is right. Like, this was where I was at. I was where you guys are on Friday. I was like, I think this thing started in 2020, 2022, something like that. Well, like, Russia invaded in 2022. They've been having skirmishes back and forth since 2014. Since Barack Obama was president, man. It's been that long that Russia has been at war with Ukraine. Now, that was 2022. I believe it was, when Russia fully invaded. But yeah, it's they've been fighting Russia since 2014, and some of the history is important, some of it is not. I also, in my like researching of this to try to get both sides of the picture and see what I could try to figure out from all of this, or you know, like why people might be doing what they're doing, or why tensions were so high in the White House on Friday, more specifically. And I actually ended up watching about an hour of Tucker Carlson's 2-hour interview with Putin. The one that was that like last year, I think, that he did. And from that interview, what I gleaned from Putin is that he is very stuck on old borders. And it's funny because I talked to some people about this over the weekend, and I'm not really sure, like, the views were just wild that I was hearing, like, really, like, and not backed up by any sort of facts or truth. Well, I think this, I believe that. So I'm like, cool, give me the receipts. And then, like, you know, show that, hello, this particular administration in America especially is about showing the receipts, right? What the hell do you think Doge is doing out there? Like, that's the job, right? Show the receipts. We want to know what's going on. We want evidence. We want proof. And so when I asked for that, when talking with some people this weekend, I got basically stonewalled into, well, I think and I feel. And I'm like, those aren't cool. Think and feel that all you want to. You're not right. That's like, those aren't facts. Wild. And then because when I'm passionate, I don't know if you've seen this yet, but when I'm passionate, I tend to get loud. I'm not angry. I'm just passionate. And when you won't give me any evidence, and I just keep saying about how I feel, that's not evidence. I just need evidence. So we deep dove it all weekend. I learned all about the Russian-Ukraine war. We're gonna learn all about it today. We're gonna go over why. Thank you, KNS, for joining and redeeming and breaking my stream. But yeah, so it's just wild. Basically, we're gonna go over it. I'm gonna learn you a thing or two, hopefully, if you didn't already know about the Russian-Ukrainian war. And yeah, then we're gonna go over the meeting with the president. And then I got one more video. Zelinsky did an interview with Fox News sometime after that meeting with the president, and we're gonna go over that too, because I think there's some context there that matters, actually. So, yeah, I guess without further ado, we'll just get right into it. Some of it's kinda long. We don't need that anymore. This is the video we'll be getting to. But before we do, we will be going over some of the Russian-Ukrainian war. And let's see. Yeah, this says 2022 to present, but we scroll down here. It actually starts with the toppling of the Yanukovych government and the invasion of Crimea, which happened November 2013 to late February 2014. And in all this, I'm not going to read it. You can gotta figure out how to get Twitch on here. Let's see. Yeah, I can go here and then there. And here. Got it. Then chat should be there. Isn't this dispute similar to China's belief that they own Taiwan? Yeah, I think it might be. It's definitely like Russia thinks that Ukraine should be theirs because of ancient maps that shouldn't even exist anymore or don't even exist anymore. So here's my first source. This is the Encyclopedia Britannica. And this is basically like, I may have this too zoomed in. Hang on. Oh, that's better. This is like the background for the whole Ukraine thing. It talks about in late November 2013, Yanukovych started to side with the European Union, and at some point after he started the European Union process, he went to visit Vladimir, and then when he came back, he opted not to sign the agreement. So basically, Putin gave him a super good deal, Yanukovych, and the world is a crazy place, and it's gotten even crazier the last few days. Some of the stuff I've been seeing, like the way people are trying to capitalize on this, guys. If you're here to look out for propaganda, do look out for propaganda, and look out for it everywhere regarding this. I saw Tulsi Gabbard on Fox News earlier today making just some wild statements. I thought, like, nobody said some of the things she's saying people said, and nobody even really, like, they were wild statements. So just, keep your heads on a swivel out there, really. So yeah, basically, Yanukovych decided not to sign the agreement with the European Union. And basically the people didn't like that. The Ukrainians were like, nah, fam, we don't want to do that. So they all gathered at the Maidan, which is a place in Ukraine, to protest. That stuff got really out of hand, honestly. Let's see. In January 16th of 2014, the current government, which was still under Yanukovych at the time, because of all the protesting, started implementing draconian anti-protest laws, which just spurred the protests on more. Also, guys, if you ever, how some of us out there, probably not any of the ones watching right now, of course, but you know how some of us out there are like, yeah, Trump's going to be a dictator. How can we let him be a tyrant and whatever, yada, yada, yada. Bro, Trump is one step away from being Yanukovych here. Like, I don't know what people are so worried about, other than the fact that, like, it will mean conflict. Like, other than the fact that it will mean conflict, like, there's no way that the American people are going to let that happen. Just like there was no way the Ukrainian people were going to let Yanukovych do the things he was doing. And so they didn't. And we wouldn't either. I firmly believe it. Although, actually, I maybe less firmly believe it after this weekend. Again, some really wild statements going on out there. So in an effort to preserve his rule, Yanukovych removed a prime minister and offered opposition leaders prime minister positions. Sure, I feel that mostly. That you'd be safe to say that Trump is on a train of protection. Yeah, I don't disagree with that so far. But, like, I hear people like, third term. Like, what? No, why? I don't care if he's God. He gets 2 terms. That's how it is. Like that, that's the kind of thing where, like, oh, he's going to change the laws to make it so he can try. I don't think the American people would stand up for that shit. I don't think enough of the American people would stand up for that shit. Yeah, exactly. We have rules and laws in place. He won't succeed. And the American people wouldn't let him. Like, I guess, do a lot of people forget that revolution is always on the table? Like, I'm not saying that to try to incite anything, but like, that's always an option for us. That's why we live in America. That's why we're a free people. Like, that's part of us being free. The freedom of speech, the freedom to defend ourselves from a tyrannical government, the freedom to not have to incriminate ourselves. Like, these are our freedoms. Like, these are like, that's why America is the land of freedom, guys, in case you didn't know. So, like, again, I'm not saying that anybody needs to go out and start any violence. I'm just saying that the whole Constitution is written, the whole Constitution is written so that is on the table. Anyways, back to the Russian-Ukrainian thing. I'm getting sidetracked here. This is also my first one of these. This is probably not going to be good overall. I would like your feedback. Let me know what I do a good job with. Let me know what I don't. Also, I'm open to discussion. As long as, like, if I ask for the sources on what you're saying, like, you can provide some. Because that anything else is the unbiased shilling that I had mentioned in the past. Just saying. So, yeah. But anyways, back to Russia and Ukraine. So over the course of a few months between November and February, Ukrainians were rioting because Yanukovych was siding with Russia, and that's not what the people wanted. You can read through all this. I read through all this on Friday. This is just background to kind of get us ready for the main content. I feel like it's important to know this stuff so you can understand what kind of feelings Zelinsky might have in a situation like this. You know, he's not been fighting he's probably technically been fighting a 5-year war because he became president in 2019, but you know, Ukraine has been fighting an almost 10-year war now with Russia. Of course they view Russia as the bad guys. Of course they don't want to give a gosh darn inch to Russia in any sort of deal. Now, is that plausible? Probably not. If you want a deal, there's got to be compromise on both sides, so you know. But like, some of this background gives you just some perspective, I think. And if you want even more perspective on the war itself, I really recommend Tucker Carlson's interview with Putin. It really shows, in my opinion, what is going through Putin's head about the war in Ukraine and where he stands and his feelings on that deal, which are entirely irrelevant to the video we're actually going to watch, which is why we're not watching that video to get context. I did so that I could have more overall context. I recommend you do as well, but it is not necessary for what we're doing here today. So the government, still under Yanukovych in late January of 2014, brought gangs of armed men to Kiev from other cities. They burnt cars, beat protesters, and kidnapped prominent journalists. So not good things. All while still saying they're siding with Russia and yada, yada, yada. And then February comes along and... Pardon me. And on February 18th, more than 20 people were killed in clashes with the police, but that was merely a hint of what to come. 2 days later, Kiev became a battleground. Government snipers fired on protesters from the roofs of buildings, killing at least 80 and wounding hundreds. That was February 18th, 2014. Here's where it gets even wilder. Is it here? Maybe it's not here. In a minute, it's going to get even wilder, so we'll get there. We'll get there. It's okay. Let's see. Constitutional reforms to reduce the powers. Let's see. So, government snipers fired on protesters. Amid the chaos, the Maidan protesters held their ground. On February 21st, 2014, a group of European Union foreign ministers arrived in Kiev to broker a deal between Yanukovych and I always struggle with this word. I've said it 50 times this weekend trying to not stumble over it. Parliamentary opposition leaders. Let me start over on that sentence. On February 21st, a group of European Union foreign ministers arrived in Kiev to broker a deal between Yanukovych and parliamentary opposition leaders. The parties agreed to form a government of national unity within 10 days, implement constitutional reforms to reduce the power of the presidency, which I kind of glossed over, but Yanukovych was going wild with draconian reforms to try to hold on to his power. And so this was an agreement to go back to the 2004 Constitution of Ukraine and hold a new presidential election by December 31st. Yanukovych would remain president until those elections were held. The opposition leaders agreed to the deal, and Putin, in a telephone conversation with U.S. President Barack Obama, appeared to support it. The following day, however, Yanukovych fled Kiev. Parliament responded by stripping him of his office, ordering the release of that guy, right there, this guy, from Timoshenko, maybe the T is silent, I'm not sure, from prison, and appointing, this guy, the acting president. This guy, the acting president. That's in February 2014, late February 2014. New presidential elections were called for in May. On February 27th, see, here's the part that's kind of important to me, that I thought was important. On February 27th, 2014, heavily armed troops who were dubbed, quote, little green men for lack of insignia on their uniforms took over the parliament and government buildings in silly Russian names I can't pronounce, or Ukrainian names, or whatever names that I can't pronounce. Anyways, that place, and in the Ukrainian Autonomous Republic of Crimea. So, like, the map here shows that this is Crimea, and actually we can kind of just barely see. Can I blow it up? Okay, cool. So this is Ukraine. I kind of wish I could make that bigger, but I don't think I can. And the portion of Ukraine we're kind of talking about is down here in the lower southeast corner. And little green men, basically troops with no insignias, came in, they took over this town, and they took over other parts of this area known as Crimea. And the lack of so at this point, they don't know whose soldiers they are. They're soldiers, though. Like, they're heavily armored troops, right? With no insignias. After numerous implausible denials by the Kremlin, these gunmen were later confirmed to be Russian. So that's an invasion, guys. I don't know how else to look at it. If anybody else has a different way of looking at it, that's 2014, by the way. So I don't. Maybe I'm wrong. Go ahead and like help me understand how I am if that is so. But to me, that's an invasion. Especially doubling down because they came in unmarked. Or whatever you want to call them. Debadged. I don't know. That feels like an invasion to me, though, guys. So, as far as Ukraine is concerned, Ukraine has been fighting Russia and a Russian invasion since about 2014. Which is where I was saying that from before. From Pizza was asking 2020 or 2022 when the full-on invasion happened, of like official full-on invasion. And there were tries for peace agreements after this. They were dubbed the Minsk agreements. And it seems like both sides break these whenever they want to. They just wanted new friends to unalive. Yeah, Yeah, exactly. Because that's totally cool and a good thing that somebody should do, right? And I mean, like, I watched this whole thing on Putin, and there was a point where he said he wanted to work with the West, and the West didn't want to work with him back in, like, the 90s, which, again, doesn't really matter to any of the current stuff that's happened in the White House, but it's just... It was just interesting to see his, oh gosh, Texas, you broke it. Also, welcome in, Texas. 39 calls. I barely got to see it before it got all pixelated. Welcome in. I appreciate you being here this morning, bright and early at 9 a.m. My internet was not here at that time, though, and there was nothing I could do. So I went back to bed, if I'm honest. But Texas was bright and early today. He was ready for this discussion, and I'm glad to see he's here now. Yeah, I woke up and I was getting ready and I was literally typing out my title and trying to pick a category, and my entire internet went down for like the next 2 hours. And I was like, cool, we'll have to do night stream instead. Bummerish. Okay. But welcome in. We're just getting caught up a little bit on history. We're talking about the Russian-Ukrainian war. And where it started, how it got to the way it... Yeah, dude, that's what I said. Well, okay then. Dude, if my internet had waited not even 30 seconds, I would have hit the live button. I'm not even joking. And then it would have gone down, and it'd have been like, stream is starting, and then it'd have shown you the... Because I kid you not, it went down for like 2 hours. There was no coming back. If I'd have started, there'd have been no coming back. We'd have just had to continue it another time. So I guess I got lucky in that respect. But yeah, we're just getting some background here on the Russian-Ukraine war to try to help understand where everybody might be coming from in this White House situation that we had happen here over the weekend, or on Friday, I guess it was. Yeah, so where was I? Yes, the Minsk agreements. So from what I can tell, basically both sides have been breaking this Minsk agreements thing along this line of fighting. Which I think Crimea is like down here somewhere on the map compared to like where the other map showed. And actually we can kind of go back to map. Yeah, because I think they're fighting over here now. And the Crimea area is down here. But Putin thinks all this is his because it was USSR at one time, basically. Back, and even further back, Putin actually has some pretty incredible historical knowledge of the Russian area, and he says the Ukraine's been part of Russia as far back as like I was saying before, 1654 or something like that, and even further back, man had numbers. It was wild. So yeah. Basically, back in 2014, was that February 27th, 2014, little green men invaded Ukraine. Those little green men were later confirmed to be Russian. They installed a new prime minister. This is down in Crimea now. They installed it in the Independent Republic of Crimea, or the Independent Autonomous Republic. That's what it is. The Autonomous Republic of Crimea. They installed a new prime minister, Sergei, whose party had received only about 4% of the vote in the most recent elections. So, a plant, basically. Members of the self-declared Crimean militia, backed by 25,000 troops and sailors attached to the Russian Black Fleet, Sevastopol, took over government buildings and military installations, forcing the surprised Ukrainian units to surrender. The covert invasion and illegal annexation of Crimea was given a sheen of legitimacy by a widely criticized referendum on March 16th, during which it was reported that more than 95% of voters supported joining the Russian Federation. On April 2nd, Putin formally revoked some agreement that they had with Ukraine, suspending the discounts that they were getting on natural gas. About to get you some barbecue chicken? Heck yeah. We had some chicken breast fillets tonight. They were delicious. So he celebrated Victory Day, a holiday marking Soviet, he being Putin, marking, yeah, with a visit to the place that they were pretty much just annexed. Yeah, and he actually said this, oops. Putin maintained that a pro-Nazi junta, which, like, neo-Nazis had been popping up in Ukraine. And he still states that to this day, or, well, at least last year and during Tucker Carlson's interview, that was his, like, he's like, yeah, we're in Ukraine to stop Nazis. He basically said that. So, you know, I don't know if I believe there are Nazis in Ukraine, but okay, I guess. These statements were supported by scant evidence, or nevertheless repeated at length over subsequent years. So then there's also the war in Donbass. And one of the things I couldn't actually, like, get any solid data on was when, like, because we'll see here when we watch the video, Zelinsky said something to the effect of 25 times Putin has broken the ceasefire. I can't find any factual data on that. So, I don't know. He might just be, like, trying to remember a number. Like, when Trump spouted that, like, $350 million had been sent to Ukraine so far, and actually it's only, like, $100 million, which is still a lot, but not the 3 times as much number that Trump was spewing during the meeting. So I'm also not sure. There's a point where Trump goes off and says that didn't happen with me. And I also couldn't find evidence to whether that was true or false. So so as far as I'm concerned, that's hearsay. That doesn't matter. That's equivalent to I think or I feel. Like, if you can't show me proof, it doesn't exist. I'm sorry, that's just the way it is. Like, especially in today's day and age of information. Like, here's another great example. My mom thought she saw somewhere where J.D. Vance apologized for his outburst at the White House on Friday. Again, I have not found any solid information about that anywhere. So, as far as I'm concerned, that's just hearsay. If you have a link to an article where he is saying that, or he is on record saying that, then, or like a tweet from his personal, like, okay, that's factual information. We can, like, point to a source. Remember when we used to do research papers in school, and they made us, like, cite our sources and make sure we weren't plagiarizing things? And yeah, that's how this needs to go. Like, we need sources. We need to know the information is accurate. Otherwise, it's just your opinion or your feelings, and sometimes those things are good, but in situations like this, they don't help, I don't think, as we're about to see here in the not too distant future. So yeah, so in spite of repeated violations by both sides, the Minsk protocol remained in place. This was a bunch, so I'm not sure where we are in the timeline. I love how there's no, where are the years, guys? This must all be 2014. I don't believe it. Maybe actually. So yeah, 2014 still, I think. So July 2014. Yeah, see, I should have taken more notes, but that's okay. I'll learn for next time. So yeah, in spite of repeated violations by both sides, the Minsk Protocol remained in place in mid-December. I'm pretty sure that's of 2014. Yeah, okay. So that happened in 2014, and on February 12th of 2015, the leaders of Russia, Ukraine, France, and Germany. Okay, I remember somebody mentioning the Chancellor of Germany and the dude from France there, Merkel, and who's the other one? I can't think of his name now, but I remember somebody mentioning that, and we might see it in one of the videos. I can't remember if it's one I'm going to show you or not. But so anyways, on February 12th, 2015, the leaders of the Ukraine, Russia, France, and Germany agreed on a 12-point peace plan dubbed Minsk II that proposed, among other things, the cessation of fighting, the withdrawal of heavy troops, release of prisoners, and the removal of foreign troops from Ukrainian territory. The tenuous peace held, and heavy weapons were pulled back by both sides in early September 2015. Frequent violations of the truce left over 9,000 dead and more than 20,000 wounded by year's end, however, by 2016. So that wasn't... This was still all under Obama. Just to, like, put it into perspective so that, you know, same, right? Like, when that was happening over in Ukraine, Obama was our president. Trump wasn't our president the first time even yet. Biden wasn't our president. And, you know, then Trump became our president again. So, frequent violations of the truth. Ukrainian authorities estimated that over 2,000 Russian troops had been killed since the beginning of fighting in April. But Russian officials continued to deny any involvement in the conflict. In May 2015, Putin had signed a decree. Hey, Strange You, welcome in. Good to see you. Appreciate you if you're a lurker, but we do love discussion here. So if you feel like you would like to join in the discussion, please do feel free. In December 2015, Russian hackers cut electricity to people in Ukraine. Additional cyber attacks on Ukraine's infrastructure would follow as the war in Donbass settled into a state of frozen conflict for the next 6 years. And then in 2019, Zelinsky was elected president. He was an actor and a comedian before he was the president. He ran on anti-corruption, blah, blah, blah. He defeated the old president Poroshenko. We talked about him a little bit, just barely earlier. Poroshenko succeeded Yanukovych, who, honestly, Yanukovych is kind of the guy who's, like, in the hot seat for all this shit, really. Like, he was wishy-washy and went back and forth in the beginning and, you know, went against the people by the sound of it because they rioted. I mean, you know, happy people don't riot. Just saying. You know, just saying. But yeah, so that was 2019. Let's see. What? Remember this? Why is it a scandal, though? Are they using that word properly here? Hang on. The complaint filed with the Inspector General of the Intelligence Community. Blah, blah, blah. It doesn't. You know what? Screw it. It doesn't matter to this. I didn't mean to delete or to close that. Shoot. Need to go back. Gotta go back, guys. We need to go back. All right. So, Zelinsky was elected. There was a political scandal. The U.S. Congress had authorized some $400 million in military aid for Ukraine, but U.S. President Trump held up the release of that security assistance. Trump implied that aid would be released only if Zelinsky would do us a favor by endorsing a pair of unsubstantiated claims about Trump's political opponents. Zelinsky never provided the quid pro quo, and the funds were finally made available in September 2019. Trump's attempt to pressure a foreign government for personal political gain led the U.S. House of Representatives to launch impeachment proceedings against him in December. In September, Zelinsky approved a new national security strategy that unambiguously labeled Russia as an aggressor and identified NATO membership as one of the Ukraine's key defense goals and foreign policy goals. Previous statements from Kiev had left significant room for negotiation with Moscow, and Zelinsky himself had harbored such hopes early in his term. In recognition of Russia's hybrid warfare campaign against Ukraine, the framework called for mediated talks between the two governments rather than any attempts at a bilateral engagement. And then this is all built up to the special military operation, which happened in February 2022, where Russia then, in fact, did invade Ukraine. And yeah, so now here we are. And so since February, they've been fighting a literal invasion. Ukrainians have been fighting a literal invasion for, well, a solid 3 years, and on and off for, you know, the last almost decade. Just over a decade now. Dude, it's 2025, guys. Holy heck, when did that happen? But yeah, so that's kind of where Zelinsky's coming from. He's been fighting the Russian war machine for a long time. And I feel like that was important for us who didn't know those things to know those things, because Americans have it lucky. We've never had war on our own soil that wasn't by our own people. And we're about the only country in the world that can say that. I don't think we're the only, but we're like almost the only country in the world that can say that. So I felt like giving this perspective on where the Ukrainians are coming from, I feel like that was good. That was good for the meeting we're about to see. And that is, as you guys have probably already seen a million times, the meeting between President Trump and Vance and the Zelinsky in the Oval Office. We're gonna watch most of this. Actually, it's a 50-minute segment, or whatever you want to call it, 50-minute meeting, where the press asked a lot of questions. But yeah, I'll be pausing it to clarify my points, and I encourage you guys to chime in at any time you would like. Pardon me. We'll try to be open, and I'll give you my thoughts on things at the end. Some things to think about. Things that I went into this video the first time I watched it back, thinking, who's the aggressor here? I only tuned in the first time after I heard the voices get loud. I couldn't figure out at first, or my first watch, when I was only half watching it at the kitchen table, on Friday night. I'm not sure who the aggressor is here. So we're gonna go at it with a completely neutral and open mind. I watched this whole video knowing that everybody got heated at the end. And let's be honest, guys, discussions can get heated, right? People can have very strong feelings about a situation. People can get upset about situations. These things are all okay, honestly. I guess I'll spoil my thoughts of the end right now. I don't think this meeting is the big deal that everybody is making it out to be. Everybody has, and by everybody, I mean Trump and Zelinsky, and even Vance, who I have thoughts on. We'll get to those. Even Vance, who spoke up, it's hard to describe a little bit because I get that they all have feelings, and that's all okay. And I don't think that blowing this up in the way that the media is, or like some people who aren't even tied to it, again, I comment, maybe we'll watch it even, if I can find it, the Tulsi Gabbard interview where, holy crap, what unsubstantiated bullshit is coming out of your mouth right now. I used to like Tulsi. I don't know if I do so much anymore. That was a little eye-opening too, if I'm honest. So yeah, we're gonna go into this. Everybody was shouting. The idea is we're gonna try to figure out what the shouting was about, who or what got it started, who or what riled up, and and then everybody got riled up, of course, because that do be how it works sometimes. So yeah, let's get into it.
Well, thank you very much. It's an honor to have President Zelinsky of Ukraine, and we've been working very hard, very close. So we've actually known each other for a long time. We've been dealing with each other for a long time, and very well.
Okay, just wanted to make sure my pause was going to work.
But that worked out great, I think, for both countries. I think for the world, actually, beyond both countries. And we have something that is a very fair deal. And we look forward. Again,
I want to stress this is not a reaction video. I've watched this a few times now.
But it means we're going to be inside, and it's a big commitment from the United States, and we appreciate working with you very much. And we will continue to do that. We have had some very good discussions with Russia. I spoke with President Putin, and we're going to try and bring this to a close. It's something that you want and that he wants. We have to negotiate a deal, but we've started the confines of a deal, and I think something can happen. The big thing is the number of soldiers, mostly at this point, but soldiers being killed. They're losing thousands of soldiers. So on both sides, we're losing a lot of soldiers, and we want to see it stop. And
I also do want to point out that, like, I've watched a few videos of different creators who've made things, again, anything for content, right? And this is already drama, and we already know drama sells. I'm not a body language expert. I've seen a couple of videos on like body language experts breaking down what people were saying. I don't understand any of that, so I'm just taking everything at face value. I don't have any sort of specialty knowledge of any of this stuff. I actually barely had any knowledge of the Russian-Ukraine war before this weekend. I was pretty much like every other American, I think, and like, yeah, I mean, Russia and Ukraine are fighting, and sure, they want more of our money, and, that's not great, but I'm trying, I'm trying to be as open as possible when I watch something like this, and I went and I got context for both sides, or well, I already knew the context for our side. I just told it to you, and I went and got context for Zelinsky's side, and I just, yeah, it should be said. I guess I feel like I need to say that I'm just taking like what they're saying at face value for the most part, and what their body language is. I personally, I don't think about that crap, like my own body language. I just don't think about it. So I guess if it's doing something, it's doing it because my brain is doing it, which maybe that's just how body language works, but yeah. So I just wanted to make it clear that, like, I'm no specialist. I'm not a political anything. I'm just your average nobody, basically. And I'm just going at this the way that I see it and the way that I can understand it the best I can. Big stretch, big hydrate, you got it.
Texas_machinist thinks you have hydrophobia. Hydrate now and prove them wrong.
Big stretch, big hydrates. Back into it.
And we want to see the money get put to different kinds of use, like rebuilding. And we're going to be working very hard. But we've had a lot of...
We're always working very hard.
I will say, until we came along, the Biden administration didn't speak to Russia whatsoever. They didn't speak to anybody. They just allowed this to continue. And I will say that, I'll say in front of you, you've heard me say it 1,000 times, if I were president, this war would have never happened. We would have had a deal negotiated for you.
That sounds great, right? What Trump just said there? That sounds great, doesn't it? If I was president, the war would have never happened. I don't really like Trump's voice, by the way. Kinda bothers. I think what he's trying to do for our country is all right for the most part, but man, especially after watching this like whole interview, his voice is something else. I don't think that's a good argument that Trump is making there. Is the reason I stopped this this clip here. The clip here. If he was president, that wouldn't have happened for another 4 years. And then depending on who took over after him, it would happen again, because we as Americans don't have long-lasting leadership. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but for him to say something like that, that doesn't matter. Cool. So he wouldn't have done it in 2022 because Biden was president. He'd have waited until 2026. Yeah, that maths. Like, because Trump would have been president. If Biden wasn't president, Trump would have been, right? Like, he was the opponent, the only other option. And so from 2020 to 2024, Trump would have been president. And then 2 years after Trump left his presidency in 2024, Putin would have raided. That's exactly what happened. Invaded. I mean, that's exactly what happened. Only it didn't happen in 2026. It happened in 2022 because our president changed. So for him to make this argument that, like, if I'd have been here, it wouldn't have happened. No, it would have just happened, like, next year or the year after. Like, so here I think Trump is, like, in the wrong. Just, like, straight up wrong. I mean, factually, he's probably right. But, like, it doesn't matter. Like, cool. So we just delayed it 4 years. It started 4 years early. He'll delay for 4 years while you're still in office. And then as soon as you're gone, the next guy will do whatever he wants to do, and Putin will continue to attack Ukraine, right? Like, if you take what has logically happened already and you apply it to what would potentially logically happen in the future, like, right? Right? Oh, we got ads. We got ads soon, guys. I'm gonna hit that button now. Run and use the bathroom. Stretch. Take a second, soak it all in, and we'll come back and we'll get through the entirety of this video. And I'll keep stopping and giving you my thoughts. You feel free to chime in with your thoughts. Yeah, we'll go back and forth, and yeah, we'll have a good time. Maybe learn something. Probably not. But maybe. I know I learned a lot this weekend going over it. Even just like surface level skimming, I learned so much. So, before you start doing things like Tulsi Gabbard was doing, and please do a little research. Don't jump on the propaganda machine for one side or the other. For this guy or for that guy. Like, don't do it for either of them. You know, do your research. If you're going to start spewing, especially hateful type stuff, do your research. Make sure it's warranted. But with that, the ads are about to pop, and we will be right back, friends. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate you guys so much. So we're going to do something new today. Today and every Thursday and every Monday. We're going to do morning streams. A little bit to hopefully help get some different eyes on the product on the stream here. And we're also going to do something a little bit different on these mornings. Well, what that is we're going to be looking at the news and current events of the world today. Things are really weird. A lot of people are pushing a lot of different messages, and we're basically just going to try and the best we can, because, you know, I'm not infallible either. We're going to try the best we can to get the news out of... I don't know. I can tell you, though, that I am sick. I am sick and tired. I am sick and tired of dealing with this audio crap. I don't want to do it anymore. Why can't it just work? See, the problem is, so for those of you who don't know, which is pretty much everybody because I haven't really talked about it, so let's talk about it. The problem is, I have this fancy ass sound mixing board that, like, you could run a professional stage with. Like, you know, Slayer could play on this board. Slayer probably can't play on this board because there's probably not enough inputs. But if there were more inputs, Slayer could play on this board. Like, it's that professional level. And yet, I can't seem to get more than a few channels in or out of Windows. So I can't use it because I need more channels in and out of Windows. Wishy-washy banjo, best banjo. I love how sad he looks. It adds to the wishy-washiness of it. Like, that's hilarious, actually. Oh, give me a break. Are you joking me, game? Now I gotta climb all the way back up there. Yeah, I know, dude. Unfortunately. But, you know, my dad always had a saying for situations like this, and that was, "This too shall pass." Surprisingly enough, life is long, at least for most of us, especially us more lucky guys. And soon this will be but a memory, and a memory of when times were a little tougher. Hopefully the whole world can experience that sort of situation here in the next few years, where it takes a big swing back in the other direction. We come out of our insanity as a society. Welcome back, friends. Appreciate you sticking it out with me through that little break there. We are going to get back into this here video now.
Without having to go through what you've gone through. But your soldiers have been unbelievably brave. We've given them great equipment, but somebody has to use the equipment. They've been unbelievably brave. And we give them great credit. This was supposed to be over very quickly, and here we are 3 years later. So I give tremendous
almost 10 years later, but it's okay.
Your soldiers and yourself, in the sense that It's been
3 years from the official
very hard
invasion, I
fighting,
guess.
Very tough fighting. They're great fighters, and you have to be very proud of them from that standpoint. But now we want to get it over with. It's enough, right? We want to get it over with. So it's an honor to have you here. Thank you very much for coming. We're going to sign the agreement at the conference in the East Room in a little while, right after lunch. And we'll be having lunch together. We're also discussing some other things, and we appreciate everybody being here. It's
We all know now that that
exciting
lunch never
moment.
happened.
The really exciting moment is when we get when they stop the shooting and we end up with a deal. And I think we're fairly close to getting that, and an honor to have you. And please, I'd like to say something.
No, thank you so much, Mr. President. Thank you for invitation, and really, I hope that this.
Well, here's one of the things that that I want to start right out with. This is the first time Zelinsky has gotten a chance to speak, and what was the first thing he said? Anybody catch it? I'll go back. We'll watch it again.
It's been very hard fighting, very tough fighting. They're great fighters, and you have to be very proud of them from that standpoint. But now we want to get it over with. It's enough, right? We want to get it over with. So it's an honor to have you here. Thank you very much for coming. We're going to sign the agreement at the conference in the East Room in a little while, right after lunch. And we'll be having lunch together. We're also discussing some other things, and we appreciate everybody being here. It's somewhat of an exciting moment, but the really exciting moment is when we get when they stop the shooting and we end up with a deal. And I think we're fairly close to getting that, and an honor to have you. And please, I'd like to say something.
Here it is.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Thank you.
In his first 5 words, he said thank you twice. Just want to point that out. This will be important for later.
For invitation, and really, I hope that this first document, will be first step to real security guarantees for Ukraine, our people, our children. I really count on it, and of course, we count that America will not stop support. Really, for us, it's very important to support and to continue it. I want to.
Also, there's something to be noted here. Zelinsky is like, English is like his second or third language. Even though it sounds like he speaks it pretty fluently, we're going to see in the next video that he struggles with American euphemisms very much. That's another thing to keep in mind as we watch this.
Discuss it with details further during our conversation, and of course the infrastructure or security guarantees, because for today I understand what Europe is ready to do, and of course I want to discuss with you what United States will be ready to do. And
I'm sorry about the audio on this video. I'm not sure why the one side is hotter than the other.
Enough with the war. I think that is very important, Ben, to say these words to Putin at the very beginning.
In case you're wondering where this came from, this is a C-SPAN video, and I will link it at the end. Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over him.
And you set security guarantees, because for today I understand what Europe is ready to do, and of course I want to discuss with you what United States will be ready to do, and I really count on your strong position to stop Putin, and you said that enough with the war. I think that is very important, Ben, to say these words to Putin at the very beginning of war, because he is a killer and terrorist. But I hope that together we can stop him.
And why wouldn't he think that, man? Like, of course he thinks Putin's a killer and a terrorist. He's been fighting him hard for 3 years, for his entire presidency, and the country's been fighting him since 2014. Like, of course, like, we don't think of him that way, necessarily. I don't really have an opinion one way or the other on the guy. Putin, I mean. But, of course, Zelinsky doesn't like him. Of course he thinks he's a killer and a terrorist.
But for us, it's very important to, to save our country, our values, our freedom, and democracy, and, of course, no compromises with the killer about our territories, but it will be later. And of course, what I wanted, you know, we spoke about it by phone with you about the drones production. We have very good drones production. I think the best one in the world for today because of the war. Yes, and of course we need very much.
He's a little hard to understand. I'm not sure what production he was talking about there.
And really, you helped us under attacks of Russians. And I want to speak how we can exchange the licenses. We're open to share the licenses of all our drones with you, of course, with the United States. And we need licenses for quick production of air defense. Even after the war, we need our nation to be calm, that we are secure. So that's why we need this air shield. And of course, about this, I want to speak about the contingents. I think that France and UK already spoke to you, and we know that Europe is ready, but without the United States, they will not be ready.
That's something I don't understand entirely either, and that's not on either of these two men here in the video. Why is Europe waiting on the United States to jump? You're much closer and actually attached to Russia. Why aren't you jumping? Why do you need our backing? Are you saying you'll only go because the fight's only worth it if you're guaranteed to win? That doesn't seem very pro-Ukrainian when you think about it, Mr. and Mrs. EU. Just saying. You know, just kind of throwing that out there. Because that's bothered me a lot from the beginning. Like, well, of course the European Union has their back. As long as America is going to do most of the work, I guess. Like, what? My message to the EU would be, you're either in or you're out, bub. Which is it?
Ready to be a strong...
Because that puts us in a terrible position. Now, if we back out because it's not good for us, the entire European Union is going to back out and Zelensky will be fucked. What kind of position does that put us in? Honestly, if Trump wants to do, like, some quote-unquote damage control and like, you know, like recouping some of the stuff or whatever from... Because, like, that's part of what the mineral deal is. Like, he's trying to get money from that we've sent over there or whatever. Which... my thoughts on that are, how much did we actually lose? Because you know that we didn't just send that away. We made those weapons again, newer, better, for our stockpile. The one that we depleted by sending them our old stuff. You know, economy was garnered because of that. Just to just say we're out all that money doesn't feel right. Maybe an economist can come in here and tell me I'm fucking stupid. I'd accept that. Again, from somebody who could give me some facts and explain it to me and make me understand. Because, you know, I'm a pretty open-minded guy. I can be swayed. Present me some information that I didn't know that changes the whole thing. Like, I will change my point of view.
Yes, we need. And the last point, last not least, about exchange, about our people and children. And you know that this crazy Russian, that they stolen 20,000 of children, Ukrainian children. They changed their names, they changed their, you know, their families, relatives, and now they're in Russia. We want to bring them back, and really, it's a big dream, task, and goal for me, and our warriors. We, by the way, Mr. President, we exchanged, released more than 4,000 warriors from Russian prison, but there are thousands more in the prison. I wanted to share with you some images. How it's you have just can I now?
Yeah, please.
Some minutes.
Yeah, so he's about to show some pictures of the prisoners he's received from the Minsk agreements and the prisoner exchanges, and how badly they're being treated in Russian prisons. Which, I mean, this to me, that looks, it's not good, right? But like, I don't know. Like, maybe they are treating prisoners of war terribly. That's not good.
Everybody knows there are rules during the war. So guys, they don't have any rules. You see that?
And he's actually talking about the Geneva Conventions or whatever.
And a lot of such things. And I didn't want to show you what the changes with images of children, because I will just share with you. And I mean, it's looking.
Yeah, he's yeah.
Tough stuff.
Yeah, I wanted very much to give you, and you see it.
Yeah.
This is pastor, by the way. They stolen pastors because it's not Russian church. They stolen pastors and moved pastors to the prison. We, at the end of last year,
Even the church isn't safe, guys.
Pastors, and, we could exchange them. And this is pastor, you see. Like,
Yeah, it's tough.
yeah, so I mean, this I wanted to show you, and this. So thank you very much.
We want to get that ended, right?
Yeah.
Oh, another thank you. Again, important later.
We will. And
I have to, of course.
The third one, as a matter of fact. In 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
In 4 minutes, actually, because Zelinsky didn't get a chance to speak at first until
How does this
During our conversation, and
the 3-minute mark.
really I hope that this.
So yeah, in 4 minutes, he's already said thank you 3 times.
And,
Again, this is important for later.
we want to get that ended, right?
yeah, of course, we
And
will.
I think we will. I think we will. And
We have to, of course.
do you have any questions, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. With the how much money is the U.S. going to put into the fund that is being created today, and how does this provide long-term security for Ukraine?
Well, we don't know exactly how much, because we're going to be putting some money in a fund that we're going to get from the raw earth that we're going to be taking and sharing in terms of revenue. So it's going to be a lot of money will be made from the sale and from the use of raw earth. And as you know, our country doesn't have much raw earth. We have a lot of oil and gas, but we don't have a lot of the raw earth. And what we do have is
Gotta get
protected
them
by
minerals.
environmentalists, but that can be unprotected. But still, it's not very much. They have among the best in the world in terms of.
Can it, though? Don? Can it be unprotected? Now, don't get me wrong. I voted for the guy. I think the stuff he talks about when he talks about changing things and getting receipts for things, like, you know, holding people accountable, I think all those are great things. But then he does stuff like this. And it's like, is it though? Does it? Is it? You know what I mean? It's like,
So we're going to be using that, taking it, using it for all of the things we do, including AI and including weapons and the military, and it's really going to very much satisfy our needs. So it's something that just worked out really well. We have a lot of oil, and we have a lot of gas, we have a lot, but we don't have raw earth. So this has just about every component of the raw earth that we need for computers, for all of the things we do.
And
This puts us in great shape.
And on long-term security for Ukraine, how does this provide it?
I think they're going to have great luck. I think once we make the agreement, that's going to be 95% of it. They're not going to go back to fighting. I've spoken with President Putin.
I really hope he's right.
I think
If he can make a deal, I really hope he's right.
I've known him for a long time.
Nobody
And I
wants to
feel
see the
very
fighting.
strongly that,
Nobody wants
they're very
that.
serious about it, and we'll make a deal. And when the deal is made, I don't think we talk about security. Everyone's talking about the other day. All they talked about was security. I said, let me make the deal first. I have to make the deal first. I don't worry about security right now. We have to have a deal, because right now, last week, 2,000 soldiers died on both sides. 2,000, and they're losing 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 a week. So as we
I have no idea the validity of those numbers. I didn't do the research on that one.
And, you know, they're not American soldiers,
But the way he is with
Russian
numbers,
soldiers
man,
and the Ukrainian
50-50
soldiers
shot on whether he's right or not.
stop it. And we want to be able also to spend money on other things. We don't want to. This is a tremendous amount of money, and what the Biden administration did was terrible. They were giving money, but he had no security on the money. Europe, as you know, gave much less money, but they had security. It was in the form of a loan. They get their money back, and we didn't. And now, at least we're protected, because the American taxpayer has to be protected too. But this is an incredible agreement for Ukraine, because we have a big investment in their country now, and what they have, very few people have. And we're able to really go forward with very, very high-tech things and many other things, including weaponry that we're going to use in many locations, but that we need for our country.
Mr. President,
This allows us to do this.
will you continue?
I'm sorry.
Military aid.
Yes, go ahead, please.
If I can just, yes. In the document, there is one of the very important points. If we speak
Hey,
about
thank you so much for that alert, KNS.
investment. We never had LNG terminals in Ukraine. This document will open. I mean, the next documents, but anyway, here we see in the framework, we see a really goodwill for this. LNG terminals for us is very important, and I think for security of European continent. We have the biggest storage, gas storage. We have the biggest in Europe. Yes, yes, and we can use it. Use it for LNG. Use it for LNG, and we will do it. And really, we can help Europe because Europe.
LNG is some kind of natural gas, I think.
Made less support, but they are our friends and they are our very supportive partners. They really gave a lot, Mr. President. They did.
They gave a lot, but they gave much less.
No.
Much less.
No.
See, so the thing here is, I think Zelinsky is thinking about the European Union as one country. It's not. A conglomerate of countries. So to say that the European Union gave almost as much or more than the US is an inaccurate comparison. It's just an inaccurate and wrong comparison. Like, if you're going to make that comparison, you need to compare like how much France gave versus how much the US gave, or how much Britain gave versus how much the US gave, or how much Germany gave versus how much the US gave. To pile all those countries together in the European Union and say, well, we've now given more than your single-ass country across the freaking ocean. What? That's the kind of thing you got to watch out for, guys. That's how they get you.
Mr. President Trump, you have repeatedly called.
I do want to point out too, that was all pretty lighthearted there. Like, nobody's angry about nothing yet still. Everything's still going good. We're almost 12 and a half minutes into this this particular segment, circus, whatever you want to call it.
As a historical one. Mr. President Trump, you have repeatedly called the deal with Ukraine as a historical one. And as a president of the United States, you make historical decisions in other issues which affect America and other world. So what place in the world history do you want to take? And do you associate yourself with any famous historical figures?
Yeah, I'd say George Washington, Abraham Lincoln. I would say I'm far superior to George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. Now, you know I'm only kidding, right? Because when I say that, the fake news is going to go wild. They're going to say he considers himself to be better than Washington. But you never know. You never know. I don't
Might get clipped out of context, just saying.
I'm here to do a job. We've had a great 35 days or whatever it might be, a month, a little more than a month. We've accomplished tremendous amounts. Not only this would be a very great achievement if we could get the war stopped and get them back to normalization. I think that's going to happen. We've had very good talks on both sides, as you know. But I think we've done a very good job, just generally. If you look at all of the things we've done in 30 days, they're saying there's never been a opening for a president. The first month, there's never been a first month like we've had. And this is
Yeah, but will it matter in 4 years? Anyway.
Because we have tremendous death taking place as we speak, and I don't want to have that. You know, think of the parents, whether they're in Russia or Ukraine, think of the parents of all these people being killed. needlessly.
They came to our territory.
Should have never started. This would have, if I were president, this would have never started.
Again, that doesn't matter because you only have a limited amount of time as president, Mr. Trump. That shouldn't even be an argument because, so cool, in 4 years then, what's the argument? Not your problem, right? Because you're not in there anymore. I mean, I think that's a dumb argument. It'd never happened if it were me. Well, cool. Well, you're here now, and even if you make it not happen, what's to guarantee that's not going to happen after you?
Will you continue sending military aid to Ukraine after the U.S. signs this agreement with Ukraine?
Yeah, we're going to be
Question
continuing.
for President Zelensky. Do you feel like the U.S. is on your side? That President Trump is on your side at this moment?
What do you think?
He wants to know, do you think that, sort of a stupid question. I guess we wouldn't be here if I wasn't.
I think that the United States on our side from the very beginning of occupation, and I think that President Trump on our side, and of course, I'm sure that the United States President will not stop support. This is crucial for us. It's important for us. Yes. And Putin, the president, speaks about the people and the soldiers which are dying, but they came to our territory, they came to our land. They began this war, and they have to stop. And I think this is the question, with really the most important question. Can President Trump, I hope yes, with some other allies, to stop Putin, withdraw these enemies, our enemy, withdraw these troops from our land? And I think that you asked about the history, I think that if President, or when, he will stop Putin, if President Trump will bring peace to our country, I think he will be on this wall.
We've had very, very good talks.
Part of the thing with Trump too, like when he says he just wants it to end, he's I think he's a negotiator. Like, whether you like the guy or not, he's a negotiator. Sometimes he makes the deal, sometimes he doesn't. He says he always does, but of course he does. He's got an ego. He's trying to stay neutral. Like, he doesn't want to be, if he wants everybody to come to the table, his table, to negotiate, he can't show bias. Or the people who he's showing not, or the people who he's not showing bias to won't show up. Like, if he jumps on the Ukrainian side now, Putin's gonna go, but there'll be fingers involved. Like, he's just like, yeah, I guess that's what I'm trying to say. Like, of course he's not, and of course Zelinsky wants him to, like, commit Ukraine fully and wholeheartedly, because he wants Putin to be held accountable.
President Zelensky just said that there would be no compromises with Vladimir Putin. I just wanted to.
And now Zelinsky there just clarified very quickly, yeah, no compromises on territories. Now let's see where this goes.
Ask both of you. Firstly, are there compromises that you think that President Zelensky is going to have to make? And President Zelensky, is there anything that you might be thinking that you may be able to offer or bring to the table, for example, elections? Thank you.
I think you're going to have to always make compromises. You can't do any deals without compromises. So certainly he's going to have to make some compromises.
And unfortunately, Trump isn't wrong.
It won't be as big as some people think you're going to have to make. That's all. That's all we can do. I'm here as an arbitrator, as a mediator to a certain extent between two parties that have been very hostile. To put it mildly, they've been very hostile. This has been a vicious war. This has been a vicious war. You know, it's a very level battlefield, and those bullets go out, and as I've said many times, we were talking about it with Pete, many times the only thing stopping those bullets is a human body. And in the case we're talking about, generally young human bodies are stopping a lot of bullets. It's dead level. That's why it's great farmland. It's great land. It's great farmland, but there's very little protection.
Yikes, Trump,
Against the
man.
bullets that are being-
Let him
and
get
other
cold
things that are being
first.
shot. So, all I
Jeez,
can do
dude.
is, see if I can get everybody at the table and get an agreement. And I think we're going to end up with an agreement. Otherwise, I wouldn't probably be even here today.
Mr. President, I've got 2 questions for you. You think
All right, this clown, man. This reporter, I don't know what he's on, but yeah, just his first question's pretty mid, and his second question is just stupid as hell.
ultimately your legacy will be the peacemaker and not the president that led this country into another war and ended foreign wars? And I've got a question.
I hope it will. I mean, I hope I'm going to be remembered as a peacemaker. This would be a great thing if we could do.
We'll see.
To save lives more than anything else. Second is to save a lot of money, but I consider that to be far less important. So I hope I'm going to thank you, Brian, for that question. It was a nice question. I hope I'll be known and recognized as a peacemaker. This would be a great thing to solve. This is a very dangerous situation. You know, this could lead to a third world war. This was headed in the wrong direction. If this election were lost, if we didn't win this election, and we won it by a lot, that was a mandate. We won every swing state. We won the popular vote.
Yeah, Trump kind of goes off here. I don't think this is important at all to what's going on. He's just fluffing now, and
Look at a map. This was a big mandate.
I'm going to be honest, I don't love it.
This was one of the things I said, we're going to get this thing settled. If we didn't win, I think this could have very well ended up in a third world war, and that would not have been a good situation. What was your second
And
question?
my second question for President Zelensky. Why don't you wear a suit? You're at the highest
The dumbest question ever.
level in this country's office, and you refuse to wear a suit. Just want to see if do you own a suit?
What a clown, man.
With you not respecting the dignity of this office.
I will wear a costume after this war will finish.
Okay.
Yes, maybe.
Right there. He believes the suit's a freaking costume, and so don't I. Honestly. Like, but that's not the point. The point is yeah, exactly. Of all the questions, wait, it gets better. In about 5 minutes, Trump says, your dress is fine, actually. And I think it is. It's perfectly okay. That's a ridiculous question. Hello, Timothy Waterman. How are you doing today? It's good to see you. We're going over this. I'm analyzing it. I have no qualifications to analyze this. We're just doing it because it's fun. I'm just doing the layman's thing. We're about 20 minutes in now. We haven't gotten to any of the really important stuff yet so much. We did see that Zelinsky was very thankful at the beginning of this meeting. Again, that's kind of important for later. Thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate you, Timothy.
Maybe something like yours, yes. Maybe something better. I don't know.
Welcome to The Avenged. I'm Violet Avenger, and we're doing politics today.
Thank you, President Trump. You said yesterday that you have...
So I kind of talked through it, but Zelinsky gave the reporter back what he deserved, basically. He mentioned something about after the war is over, which Zelinsky has said many times he will wear a suit again after the war is over. And he wore one previously. I've seen pictures of him in suits. Zelinsky took shots at the reporter. Maybe I'll get something like yours. Maybe not quite as much money, though. Maybe not such a waste or something like that, he said. Again, not really important to the overall ending that we end up at, but just worth noting that Zelinsky jabbed the reporter in about 3 to 5 minutes. Trump is also going to jab the reporter.
Yeah, we're going to have arms to Ukraine, yeah.
That's very true. It will. And I love my father to death. My parents are some of the best parents I think I ever could have had. It hurt a little bit today when he said, basically, I don't care about Ukrainian lives, but if we had Americans over there, I'd be perfectly okay with having American boots on the ground over there. I'm like, but aren't they all human? That was my thought. I don't know. I get it. They're not our humans, but at the same time, like, I don't know. I don't really want any fighting anywhere, to be completely fair. Like, if I'm being honest, I just don't like the conflict. Obviously people think it's necessary, but like personally I'm against the conflict, any conflict anywhere. But to say that, I don't know. This is one of those things that him and I agree to disagree on, because it's funny too, because I also think that we need to stop dealing with the rest of the world and just deal with ourselves as well. But I don't know. That's the reason it's so complicated, right? Like, I don't know. I guess partially I see both sides.
We're looking forward to finishing this quickly. We're not looking forward to sending a lot of arms. We're looking forward to getting the war finished so we can...
Now, I was going to say, which part of it you disagree with, Timothy? Trump kind of has a point. Zelinsky is kind of a dictator because... Did he do that? Well, I don't remember how exactly it works over here because it's never come up for us. Ah, gotcha. Yeah. How did the FDR thing happen? I know he had 4 terms somehow. I don't remember how that happened exactly. Was that was during one of the world wars, wasn't it? It's pretty sad I don't know enough about American history. Yeah, he was elected 4 times. Was he elected 4 times? Ah, is that what it was? Term limits happened after him? Okay. Interesting. I guess that makes a little bit of sense then. If he's suspended the elections, then yeah, he's kind of a dictator now, I guess. So I can understand that. That's absolutely solid.
But we very much appreciate the agreement because we needed what they had, and we're treating, our country is now treated fairly. Biden didn't do that. He didn't know what the hell he was doing. This should have never happened. This should have never started.
And so I don't disagree with that. It shouldn't have happened. It should have never started. I don't know if, blaming Biden's the right call here.
Sure, the answer is yes, but hopefully we want...
It's along the same lines of, if I wasn't here, this wouldn't have happened. It was like, cool, but what about when you're gone? There are term limits now, and you only have 8 years at most. What happens after that?
Have to send much.
Asking for the entire world, not just the Ukrainians who probably want to know the worst.
Because I'm looking forward to getting it done quickly, very quickly.
Does that still provide security guarantees, Mr. President?
I don't want to talk about security yet because I want to get the deal done. You fall into the same trap like everybody.
Well, right. You're right. This is his last term. He had 4 years before, and he's got these 4 years. That was my total of 8. My apologies. I didn't mean to make it sound like I'm 110% against these losers who think third term for Trump. No. He's had 2. Time for something else. Time for something else. As a matter of fact, people who knew me IRL before the last election, Trump or Harris, America lost. It didn't matter. America lost. We might have lost a little bit less with Trump than we would have with Harris, in my opinion. But the whole thing is a loss. Neither of these candidates are good candidates. Neither Trump nor Biden were good candidates. Neither Trump nor Hillary were good candidates all the way back to 2016, if you ask me. Where are the decent politicians? I know that's almost an oxymoron, but you know? As Putin just last year won his 5th 6-year term. Completely legal, I'm sure. Yeah. Well, I'm not saying Putin's not a dictator, because if anybody's a dictator, I mean tater, it's Putin. Definitely Putin. So, yeah, I don't disagree with that either, because I definitely don't want to see our Americans dying. I don't want to see anybody dying. Like, because here's the wild thing, right? Like, Russians are dying, Ukrainians are dying. None of them can change their spawn location. Like, we as Americans are pretty lucky. We've hardly, I mentioned this a little bit earlier in the stream too. We've not had foreign war on American soil. Any war on our own soil has been fighting ourselves. Revolutionary War was fighting ourselves. The Civil War was fighting ourselves. Like, you know, Russia has a history of not being good offense. Yeah, that's very true too. Very fair. I agree with you, Timothy, that protective guarantees need to be figured out. I think it kind of all needs to be figured out at once, though. The War of 1812 was against the British on American soil? My history is terrible. Holy heck. Now I'm curious. Now I'm curious how wrong I am. Oh, heck yeah. I don't spend enough time in history. The older I get, the more I'm starting to like it, which is wild. So we had the American Revolution. We had the War of 1812. The Mexican War was fought on... Was this the Americas and not just, like, United States? Perhaps? Maybe not. I don't know. So there were more wars than I thought. Oh, no. See, it's just total wars. This isn't. What are you doing, Department of the Veteran Affairs? That isn't what I asked. That isn't what I asked for. Maybe the stupid AI overview. Including... There we go. You hated history because you hated sitting still? Heck yeah. Yeah, wars in the United States. The Wars of Independence, the War of 1812, the Mexican-American War, and the Civil War. Okay, so we've had a few, actually. More than I had thought. But nothing like, you know, the World Wars or what Ukraine is going through with an invasion. We've never been invaded in any sort of scale, I guess, is what I need to start saying instead of what I've been saying. Because what I've been saying is incorrect.
Else, a million times you said over and over, I want to get the deal done. Security is so easy. That's about 2% of the problem. I'm not worried about security. I'm worried about getting the deal done. The security is the easy part.
Heck yeah.
Security
Good teachers are always the best, man.
Shooting. And now will Europe put people there? I know France is going to. I know the UK is going to. I know other countries are going to, and they happen to be right next door. We haven't committed, but we could conceivably, you know, we have security in a different form. We'll have workers there.
It's funny because I get that Trump is, his priorities are us, as they should be, us being the United States. We were invaded by the British because they took the capital. Interesting. Well, I just don't know very much American history, apparently. I need to go back to school on that one. I am just wrong all over the place on that one. But I also never claimed to be an expert, so we're all just learning here together. It's funny because I agree, you know, Trump wants the war to be stopped. But Zelinsky, he's been dealing with a decade, and not him personally, but Ukraine has been dealing with a decade of Putin breaking ceasefire agreements. So, no, that's fine. This is what we're here for. We're here to learn. I will, if I think you're wrong, I will go look it up. And even if I think you're right, I will still go look it up. Like, that's what we're here for. It's a shame that we have the whole entirety of the world's history. No, you're not mean at all. No problems here. It's perfectly fine. I can be wrong. I'm not one of those snowflakes that can't be wrong. I don't have an ego, actually. It's one of my biggest downsides. Honestly. I don't usually think I'm good enough at anything that I do. So if you tell me I'm wrong, I'm gonna be like, cool, we're gonna find out, because I very well could be wrong. Straight up, I could definitely be wrong. So I'm all for great discussion. That, heck yeah, no, and that's good too, because if people misrepresent history, things, well, more like this happen, where Trump is like claiming that we spent $350 million in stuff to Ukraine, and I don't think the number's that big, man.
Now, will Europe put people there? I know France is going to.
So, yeah.
I know the UK is going to.
Not Trump, truth is important. Proper representation of stuff is important. That's kind of why we're going back through this today as well, for the proper representation of this in the very short term of history, because over the weekend and, well, today too, even, I've seen some things that, like, people are just spinning wild tales about this, and it's going to get out of control. I mean, it already is out of control, but it's going to get even more out of control.
I know other countries are going to, and they happen to be right next door. We haven't committed, but we could conceivably. We have security in a different form. We'll have workers there digging, taking the raw earth so that we can create a lot of great product in this country. So in that sense, you have something, but we haven't determined that yet. I will say, in speaking to France and in speaking to, and they were here, as you know, last week and just the other day, they have committed to a lot of security. I don't think you're going to need much security. I think once this deal gets done, it's over. Russia's not going to want to go back, and nobody's going to want to go back. When this deal...
Of course President Zelinsky is shaking his head no. Putin's broken ceasefire with Zelinsky 25 times, that, as Zelinsky says, I don't know if it's now or later, but, like, he will say it. So of course Zelinsky doesn't have the faith in Putin that Trump apparently has. I don't know if I have that kind of faith in Putin either, to be honest with you, but hey, it doesn't really matter. I'm not the one talking to the guy.
Is going to be over. Please go ahead. Go ahead.
Mr. President, thank you. You had Macron and Keir Starmer at the White House this past week, both of whom praised your courage and...
I think Zelinsky wanted to say something there, and they just went.
When this deal ends, I really believe this deal is going to be over. Please go ahead. Go ahead.
Mr. President, thank you. You had Macron and Keir Starmer at the White House this past week, both of whom praised your courage and...
Yeah, 120 billion. A far cry from the 350 he mentions later in this meeting.
Re-engaging Russia in diplomatic relations, something that previous leaders lacked the conviction to do so. What gave...
Oh, and it's billion with a B and not million with an M. My bad.
Oh, I love this guy.
Either way, it's they're both the same, B's or M's. But yeah, I think he says 350 billion, and it's really only like 120 billion. Again, 120 billion is a lot of money. I'm not saying that, but like,
Mr. President, thank you.
The truth matters.
Macron and Keir Starmer at the White House this past week, both of whom praised your courage and conviction to lead the pathway towards peace.
Yes.
Part of that involved, though, re-engaging Russia in diplomatic relations, something that previous leaders lacked the conviction to do so. What gave you the moral courage and conviction to step forward and lead that?
Oh, I love this guy. Who are you with?
One American News, sir.
Well, that's,
oh, so he's closer to the total amount by everybody.
That's very. I like the question. I think it's a very good question. It's a pathway to peace. It's a pathway to getting something solved. And I feel that as the head of this country, I have an obligation to do that. Plus, you know, we're very much involved. We got involved. It's too bad we got involved because there should have been no involvement because there should have been no war. And there shouldn't have been October 7th. That would have never happened. As you know, Iran was broke. They had no money to give to Hezbollah. They had no money to give to Hamas. They were stone cold broke.
And this is a whole other thing, tangent he goes out on, which I don't think matters at all to the Zelensky-Ukraine problem. He's just bashing on Biden, which there's a lot to bash on, but come on, time and a place.
That we hope to be able to solve. But no, I appreciate your question very much. It's just, I feel I have an obligation to try and do something to stop the death.
If I can answer, yes, if I can answer, sorry, please.
And I do like your clothing, by the way.
Yeah, really?
Even though I think he's a great guy, by the way. But I don't know if you two like each other, but you know what? I think he's dressed.
I like this guy.
I think he's dressed beautiful.
So I have more serious things than answer on such questions. I will answer on more serious questions.
Biden helped Zelensky, and he's gonna bash who? Who's Zelensky bashing? I'm confused. Did I miss something? Do I need to go back and watch my own clip back? My own VOD? Unless you're talking about Trump bashing Biden, which I mean, like, yeah, that's what Trump's gonna do. Trump bashes Biden. Trump bashes Hillary. Like, that's what Trump do. No, Trump was bashing. Zelensky's barely had a chance to get a word in edgewise. He wanted to speak to the last reporter, it looked like, and Trump is just like going, you know what I mean? Just like going, you know? It seems, and honestly, every time Zelensky tries to take over it, he seems very respectful about it. Like, stupid bug. Like, excuse me, may I please speak? May I say something? Pardon me, you know, like, he seems very respectful to me.
About just ceasefire. We can't just speak about ceasefire and speak. It will not work. Just ceasefire will.
And this is coming from experience. His experience with Putin. He's saying right now the ceasefire will not work. I will not interrupt him. Probably again.
Because I'm like a president. I have this experience, and not only me. Ukraine before my presidency, from the 2014, Putin broken 25 times. 25 times.
So we learned about that at the very beginning of this stream. You may not have been here for it, but that's okay. We did look at the Encyclopedia Britannica about the Russia-Ukraine war, and we did see that there was many of breaches of the Minsk agreements, which is probably what Zelensky's talking about with his 25 times he's broken ceasefire agreements. What this doesn't say is how many times Ukraine broke them back, or, you know, whatever. However that goes. But we did learn all about that we did learn a little bit about that history, not all about it. We learned a little bit about. That's very true too. I mean, part of the whole reason the situation devolved the way it did was because of Yushchenko. Or Yanukovych, not Yushchenko. Yanukovych. He was the president back, as we learned, back in like 2013, early 2014, who went to EU and then went to Russia, and then people revolted and he disappeared and got usurped, and elections were held, and Zelensky's predecessor was elected, and then Zelensky was elected. So yeah, you're not wrong. We do know that Ukraine does have corruption problems. So there is that concern on our side as well. But I feel like it's very fair for Zelensky to bring up, like, yo, guys, like, it's easy for you to say over here that, yeah, it's going to be fine. He's going to do what he's supposed to do. Of course he is. But I have proof that he doesn't do those things. So now again, I'm not saying anything about whether Zelinsky does or doesn't those things, whatever those things are, breaking ceasefires and whatever. But you know, this is a very good point from Zelinsky. Like, if it were us in Canada and somebody like China was like, yeah, we'll protect you, the securities don't matter. Like, you've only got thousands of people dying on your border, like, daily, weekly, monthly, whatever. The securities don't matter, though. Like, just get the ceasefire signed. And meanwhile, we're over here going, you mean the ceasefire we signed 10 years ago that's been broken 25 times? What would you say to that?
He broken his own signature 25 times. He broken ceasefire.
But he never wrote to me.
That statement by the president, I cannot verify. I looked and looked and looked, and I cannot verify exactly when those 25 times were. Nobody has reported on it specifically. I couldn't find like a list of times and dates to see if any of those happened during Trump's first presidency. My thought is they probably did. So there and again, I think Trump might just be wrong. I don't have any proof, though. This is one of those things. There were like maybe 3 things that I took away from this that I couldn't figure out. Like, I didn't have a solid idea on, and this was one of them. That statement by Trump, I actually have no idea whether there's any factual evidence to that or not. What Trump is talking about is how Putin didn't full-on invade during his first term as president. That is, I'm sure, what Trump is referring to when he makes the statement, not with me. Again, though, and I've said this will be about the 3rd time I've said this, I don't see how that can be a valid argument because he's not going to be president but for 8 years. The 4 we had and the 4 we're getting. And then it's not going to matter if Putin wouldn't have done it with him because he's going to be gone. And then what's Ukraine going to do? Which I'm sure is on the forefront of Zelensky's mind.
No, you were the president. You were the president during. In 2016, you've been the president, Mr. President. You've been the president, but
Which is, like, that part is true. If he broke it, if Putin broke the agreements between 2016 and 2020, Trump was president then. Again, I can't find the receipts. I can't find any written hard facts to verify this one way or another. And if Zelensky is right and Trump is literally dead wrong and lying, I can see how a guy might be upset about that.
Of course, not with you, but he had, during those periods, he had conversations with our side. And we had Normandy format, you know, the France, Germany, Ukraine, and Russia. And he broken 25 times.
That is the Minsk II agreement that we touched on at the very beginning with Russia and Germany and Ukraine and France. That's Minsk II. Ads again. Well, when they hit, we'll wait.
That's why we will never accept just ceasefire. It will not work without security guarantees. Security guarantees, maybe President is right about this document and other, but this document is not enough. Strong army is enough because his soldiers afraid, Putin's soldiers afraid of our soldiers when we're strong enough. If we are not strong enough, if we are empty, if our storage is empty, we can't defend our land. Today, you know, he knows that we have all the world knows that we have meeting. Yes, why he's using ballistic? Putin today using ballistic on our hospitals, schools, and etc. Ballistic. So he knows that we are here and that President Trump is really have goodwill to stop this war. And you hear now the president. So why he's using? So he doesn't.
Comes down to what Roosevelt said: talk softly, carry a big stick. Big agree. So long as there's a strong leader who will support our allies, will not allow us getting ripped off. Not allowing us to. That a little bit, but yeah, no, I agree. I agree for sure. And I would hope that, like, because, like, we weren't part of Minsk 2, right? Like, the U.S. was not part of the Minsk 2 agreements. That was Russia and Germany and France and the Ukraine, like he just said. Zelinsky just said. So yeah, maybe just our signature on a piece of paper would be enough of a guarantee. Like, to Putin, if we put our signature on, don't do this, or we're coming to stop you. Like, maybe that is enough. But to Zelinsky, it's not, because the signatures have not worked before. And part of it I understand, like, cool, we need to try it again. And the other part of it is, like, that I also understand is, like, how many times do you want to get shot in the face, so to speak, because they're, you know, they're peace agreements, before you know, stop trying for treaties and we do something else. Which is, that's Zelensky's position, because again, Ukraine has been fighting Russia for 10 years, on and off, and for 3 years, the last 3 years, really, really hard. But the ads are going to pop, and we're going to take counter argument 11 aircraft carriers. I'm going to ask you to hold on to that thought and help me understand it a little bit more when we get back from these ads. The sound effect not playing. I don't love that. Have I had any sound effects today? Do I just not have the... Oh? But yeah, anyways, we'll be right back. I gotta go get some more water, and then we can continue this lovely conversation. Yeah, I actually watched the halftime show. I thought it was okay. I'm not a huge Kendrick Lamar fan, so firstly, that show wasn't for me anyway. I'm sorry, not sorry. And it's not Kendrick, it's me. I'm just not a big fan of him. He does fine. He's a multi-Grammy award-winning, well, if I thought the Grammys were worth anything, but anyway, come, be avenged, and welcome in to another exciting episode of Video Gaming with Violet. I'm Violet Avenger. He's Photonic Jester. I pointed in the right direction the first try today. Let's go!
Let's go. Hello, everybody. TGIF.
Welcome in, friends. It's good to see you guys. Texas, thank you so much for the tier 1 subscription. 7 months. Have I really been doing this for 7 months already? That's wild. I mean, I've been doing it for more than that because it took me a few months to get affiliate. Have I really been affiliated for over half a year? Wild. Where did the time go? It feels just like yesterday I was getting the email from Twitch. It's wild. See, I never use that feature. I actually hate that feature. The shutdown and update, I always forget that there's an update to happen when I start it back up again, and I end up fucking bricking shit. All right, we're back. We got a few seconds left on the ads. Appreciate you guys sticking around and having some discussion with me about this. Appreciate you guys being here. Is referring to at least a show of force in that region to do the trick. Yeah, that's fair. I agree with that. I think what Zelinsky wants. Gotcha. Yep. That makes sense. And I think all Zelinsky is looking for is for us to say that. Like, Trump doesn't want to talk about security guarantees, but like if Trump had said something like, sure, we'll put 11 carriers in close proximity to the Russia, and if they do anything to you, we'll show them the business. Like, that's But that's hard for Trump to do as well because he wants to be the middleman mediator. He knows if he says that to Zelensky, Putin might not even come to the table. Yeah, you're not wrong, Timothy Waterman. Welcome back, friends. For those of you who are in the ads, we were talking about 11 aircraft carriers being a show of force to like Russia, for example. So yeah, I think that like what you're talking about, Timothy, is exactly what Zelensky wants to hear from us, but we can't say that outright because we want Putin to come to the table. And I feel like if we start saying stuff like that, Putin's just gonna be like, so yeah, but he also doesn't want to start any, exactly. And what Zelensky and probably most of the world are hoping is that if we all back Ukraine, Russia will just step back and say, okay, well, I guess Ukraine is Ukraine's now. Which I don't know if that's gonna happen or not, but like I feel like that's what he's trying for here. Which I get it. Trump's in a hard position, and because he wants to be the middle guy. And you can't be for one side or the other if you want to be the negotiator. Like, you just can't. That's hey guys, that's not how negotiations work. If I came to a negotiation and I thought the guy who was the negotiator, the guy who brought us to the table, was biased for the guy that wasn't me, I'd walk away so fast. I'd be like, well, this is no deal made here's gonna be in my interest. You can all go yourselves. Like, well, and then there's that. Yeah, because Russia's known for being reasonable when being backed into a corner. Yup, Well, I mean, you gotta remember too, guys, they're Russians, they're people, like, they have feelings. They don't want to get wiped off the face of the earth either. Like, but no, yeah, I get it. It's yeah, Russia's definitely not known for being reasonable people. The October Revolution, was that I guess I'm not familiar with the October Revolution. The Googles. Stalingrad and okay, gotcha. I see. Back when Russia's not being so reasonable. Oh, got the background music. My bad. See, that's really what he wants. Is like he wants somebody to say, yeah, we'll show Putin the business. We'll back your ass 100%.
To divide alliance connection between the United States and the main and strongest ally and Europeans. And this is crucial. This is important. That's what we want to speak about very much. This is very important. And they are defense.
Ah, gotcha. So when the commies came to power.
Really, we have big deficit with all these systems, and we need to provide this. We need it very much. Otherwise, Putin will never stop. And we'll go further and further. He doesn't want. He hates us.
This is an important part too, I think.
Ukrainians. He thinks that we are not a nation. He thinks, and he shared these thoughts. I think maybe with your team.
And Zelensky has this right. If you go and watch Tucker Carlson's interview with Putin that happened last year, now whether you think Tucker Carlson's worth his weight as a reporter or not, you should go watch that interview, because Tucker very, very rarely talks. He has poignant questions and good questions for Putin, but Putin does a lot of the talking and a lot of the telling. Like, a lot of that interview is Putin just talking about history and the way he sees it and the way the Russians see it. And when Zelensky says that Putin thinks Ukraine is part of Russia, he's not wrong. Putin 100% thinks Ukraine is part of Russia. Part of Russia that was at one time allowed to do its own thing for a while. It's almost verbatim what he says in that interview.
Also, I don't know, but with all the Europeans, in media, officially and not, he always said that there is no such country, such nation, such language, and such life like Ukrainian. No, he really doesn't respect all the Ukrainians, and he wants to destroy us. And you are right, Mr. President. That's 2%. This document, maybe other documents, it's a very good start, very good, but it will not enough to.
Sure will. When did Russia... No, when did Ukraine become independent? So that was when they declared their independence, apparently. So before that, they were part of the USSR. Or, well, Russia. Or the USSR before it was Russia again. Putin, in that interview with Putin, he'll tell you the land that Ukraine sits on has been part of Russia since about 888 AD. So that's what Putin thinks. Putin thinks that Ukraine has been Russian for the damn well better part of 2 centuries or 2 millennia. So that was the date that they officially declared their independence, I guess. Yet when the Soviet Union dissolved in 91. So that's that. But yeah, I would say, yeah, they probably became part of Russia, part of the USSR when they USSR'd everything. Yep, that's right. Yep. Because they gave up all their nukes. Ukraine gave up all their nukes. That's why they were allowed their independence. But as Zelinsky says here, Putin has never recognized that independence. And I would say that's true based on the interview with Tucker Carlson. Because more than once and I only watched the first hour and a few minutes of that interview. In the first hour, Putin definitely claimed that, like, one of those sentences he said was like, yeah, I mean, we allowed them to do their own thing sometimes. Like, basically how he said it. And, like, but clearly he thinks they're still part of Russia, which is wild.
Stop this person.
Should Russia pay to rebuild Ukraine?
Mr. President, after these
Should Russia pay to rebuild Ukraine?
They have to pay. This is the rule. This is rule of the war.
And it's the same rules that he's talking... Zelinsky right now is talking about the same rules of war that he's talked about when he talked about the rules of war and showing the pictures of the mistreated POWs and whatnot. The Ukrainians in prisons in Russia. He mentioned... It's the Geneva Conventions, guys. That's what he's talking about. The rules that we as humans made for warfare... so that situations like World War I didn't happen again, where it was just uncontested gassing of literally everything and the worst chemical gases you could possibly gas somebody with. Like, there's a reason we made the Geneva Conventions. Now, I'm sure not Russia ain't the only one who doesn't follow them, but, like... yeah, these are the rules he's talking about. It's the reason Germany after World War I almost didn't have an economy. And you could go to Germany post World War I and take your $1 and exchange it for like millions of German francs. Because your $1 was worth so much more. The Geneva reconditions? Heck yeah. But yeah, I mean, like, those are the rules he's talking about. So, under those rules that the civilized world has followed for years, the Geneva recommendations. You're not wrong there. But it is something to hold people accountable to, too. Like, after the war is over, it's like, look, we have those. You're the one. You started this conflict. You're the one that needs to pay for it. And that's all Zelensky's saying here. Trump, I think, is still trying to be neutral. So he's like semi-poo-pooing it, which I think he could have just let this one go. I think Trump's ego got in the way here.
This is the rule of the war. During all the centuries, all the history, this is the rule of the war. Who began, those pay. This is the rule. Putin began this war. He has to pay all money for innovation. He has to pay. Of course, some Russian assets, what we have in Europe, about 300 billion, we can use them. We can use for innovation and buy military support from the United States also. We can do it, but it's not enough. It's not enough.
Under these circumstances, do you envision a trilateral summit with Putin and President Zelensky?
Wait, 1 second.
I asked this question that you didn't like because I wanted to know if you want to position yourself in the middle between Russia and Ukraine or on the Ukraine's.
No, I'm in the middle. I want to solve this thing. I'm for both. I want to get it solved.
Yeah, and as a mediator, you have to be for both. Like, if you want to be, again, I said it before, I'm going to say it again. If you want to be the mediator, you have to be in the middle. Imagine if you were in this situation, if it was you and another guy that needed an arbitration of some kind. Yo, let's talk about arbitration for a second. Like, that shit is fucking rigged so hard because the arbitrator, the person who oversees it, you know, usually arbitration happens between like you and a company, right? Because you're forced to go to arbitration based on their terms of service or something like that. Penetration. Well, I mean, they do that to you in arbitration, but it's different. Because in arbitration, they get an arbitrator or whatever. He's like a judge, but not quite a judge. It's not quite a legal proceeding, arbitration. And usually the arbitrator is unfortunately on the side of the company. So that would be like if Trump right there had said, yeah, I mean, I want to be in the middle, but on the side of Ukraine, that's like going to arbitration. And I don't know about you, but I'm never going to arbitrate with a company. If they say that's where we have to take it, then I've already lost. Like, I don't have the money or the power to fight that. And Putin would feel the same way, and he wouldn't even come to the table. I mean, I hate to keep harping on these things because, again, I really think Trump is doing some good things for this country. I voted for him. I didn't think Kamala would be good for our country. But sometimes he's got to do what's best for us, I guess. Yeah, of course. Permission granted. Yeah, that's very true. That's very true, Griff. You're 100% right. Ignoring Trump as a person, trying to stay neutral in this situation without upsetting one or both sides is rough. And he doesn't even manage to do it. That's not, I'm not like saying that as like a good or a bad. It's just it's the fact. He doesn't manage to stay neutral without upsetting everybody because that's how hard it is. But yes, Timothy, I will always accept a tangent. I love tangents. My ADHD brain, which I'm not technically diagnosed for, but I probably have, says, yes, tangents. In Israel and Hamas, I think we need to back Israel in the peace talks, because in my opinion, you don't negotiate. Yeah, 100%, dude. Anybody, honestly, I get that Palestinians are people too, and like, because I said earlier how, like, you know, Ukraine are people and they're all just people, like, can't really change your spawn point. But, like, let's be honest, man. Those Hamas guys, they're terrorists. Like, they're putting guns in kids' hands. They're setting up in hospitals so that we blow them up. Or not we, but whoever's fighting them blows them up. And then, well, look at them attack our hospitals. So, like, yeah. I agree with you 100%. Hamas should honestly be like, I say it should be parking lotted, but Hamas isn't a place. It's an ideology or a group. So we can't parking lot Hamas, but like we should. You know what I mean? Like we should parking lot them. And I can see how Zelinsky feels perhaps that he shouldn't be having to negotiate with terrorists either, that terrorist being Putin. I don't know if that works as well with Russia as it does with Hamas, where we just like parking lot the whole thing though. And when I say parking lot, I mean bomb it so hard that it's just a level playing field, level parking lot as you would, where you could just park anything anywhere. That's what I mean by parking lot, a place or a people, terrorists like Hamas. But yeah, I agree with that 100%.
And it's wonderful to speak badly about somebody else, but I want to get it solved. If we can solve it, great. If we can't solve it, they're going to have to fight it out.
Oh, 100%. 100%. 100%. Timothy says, but that is a good point. Would a hospital be a valid target if there are military assets? Yeah, 100%. There's a famous ship from World War II, I think, from us to Britain. It was a passenger ship, like a freighter tanker type thing, like a cruise type ship back in the day. And that was carrying munitions in secret to the Allies at the time. They were fighting World War II. We didn't want to get involved. And I'm pretty sure the Germans sunk that shit. They figured out what we were doing and they sunk that shit. 110% valid target. Unfortunately, there were civilians on that ship, and our civilians died that day. But that doesn't matter, in my opinion, because as soon as you load military assets on it, it's no longer a civilian anything. Lusitania, yes! Thank you. Thank you so much. Yep. Yeah, Griff nailed it. Absolutely. They're called casualties of war. Nobody wants them, but that's what happens. Yeah. And what's worse is like places like Hamas will do that and then say, why you bomb our hospital? And never like say that they had an AA stationed on the roof or, you know, something like that. Or, you know, they had like, and I'm not talking about wounded soldiers in the hospital. They had active soldiers in the hospital. They were storing munitions in the hospitals. Like that makes it not civilian. You know, that's literally what makes it non-civilian. Like, and then it's a fair target, right? Like, you've got weapons of war. Like, yes, get wrecked. Unfortunate. I shouldn't chuckle about it, but like, yeah, no,
Who knows what's going to happen?
I feel bad for anybody. Yeah, and that carpet bombing is part of the parking lotting that I was mentioning earlier. Yeah, because yeah. The carpet bombing is real.
It gets solved.
May I follow up? One more question about U.S. troops in Europe. After Russian invasion of Ukraine, your predecessor sent additional troops to Eastern Europe, including Poland, my country. Yeah. Are you committed to keeping these troops on the eastern flank of NATO in the future?
I'm very committed to Poland. I think Poland has really stepped up and done a great job for NATO. As you know, they paid more than they had to. They are one of the finest groups of people I've ever known. I'm very committed to Poland.
What about Baltics?
Poland's in a tough neighborhood, you know.
What about the Baltics?
The Baltics, they got a lot of, it's a tough neighborhood too.
Pardon me.
But we're committed. We're going to be very committed, and we're committed to NATO. But NATO has to step up, and the Europeans have to step up more than they have.
And I think what he's referring to there is, I heard a figure, and I don't know if it's true because it wasn't really part of this expose I was doing, so I didn't delve into it. I had too much to delve into for this expose. I think Trump here is talking about how we pay more to be in these places like NATO and the UN than any other country. And frankly, I understand that was like for the time that things were created, we were a much bigger superpower than we are now. We were a lot stronger in our position in our economy, in my opinion, than we are now. So, like, it's great that we were able to pay more than our fair share when we had more than our fair share to be able to pay. Now, though, we're what, $300 trillion in debt plus? We've got, you know, the price of eggs is $4 or $5 or more a carton or a dozen. Like, we're not in any position to be paying the majority of anything anymore. Like, it's time things started becoming more fair? Question mark? I don't know if fair is the right word to use there, but like, it's time to look at it again anyway. You know, like, and yeah, I agree with that. That is the reason why he wanted to pull out of NATO in his first term. And it's the reason why he pulled out of things like the World Economic Forum and the Paris Accords or whatever. Equal. Well, yeah, but that's like fair. It's I think what needs to happen is, and I don't know if anybody ever thought of this back in the day when like the UN was made or NATO was put together, but like things aren't the same as they were then. We need to have a redistribution of balance, you know, of monetary balance, of military balance, of, you know, this is part of the question that I had before. Why is Europe and Britain not just helping Ukraine? Why is it contingent on us? Like, as much as we like to think we're the superpower that we once were, I have news, friends. We are not. We are a superpower, but we're nowhere near the superpower we once were, like of the 80s and the 90s and even back into like the 40s and the you know, when we helped with the war against Russia and all that. Like, we're not the superpower we were then. Like, maybe it's time to recalculate the figures. So I like that about Trump. And that's, I think, what he's talking about here with his statement about how Europe needs to step up. Yeah, I agree. And there's nothing saying that this whole thing that we're doing here, that we're talking about, this whole thing wasn't something staged by Trump to get Zelinsky to sign something faster. Like, that could happen. Last I heard, Zelinsky was absolutely ready to sign that shit after what happened on Friday. And I don't know if he has yet. I don't know if it's true or not that that Zelinsky has signed us a rare earth deal. Yeah, that's very fair too, Griff. We are still pretty powerful military wise, and I was talking when I was talking economy and military, I was talking about our distribution in things like the United Nations and NATO, and things on the world scale where like, you know, our dollar isn't necessarily worth $1.50 of everybody else's dollars now, like they were back in the day, or whatever, you know, like we just need a little bit of a restructuring, I feel like. And of course they don't want that, because they've been living high on the ham, or high on the hog, so to speak, because we've been paying the majority of it, which has been okay until it's not okay. And now we're getting to the point where, like, what are we just going to let all these world forums of certain things, you know, like the UN or the NATO, or even things like the WEF or whatever, like, are we going to let those international bodies bleed us dry? Like that, it's a very fair point that Trump has, you know, that he wants them to pay their fair shares, you know, help take the burden off of the U.S. because the U.S. needs to rebuild its economy and its whatever else that made it the superpower that it was back in the 1940s, 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s, you know, like.
And I want to see them equalize because they are in for far less than we're in, and they should be at least equal. You understand that?
And he's talking again, Trump is talking again, country by country should be an equal. Should be unequal. So not like all of Europe pays, you know, 100 billion and then America pays 100 billion. No. Again, that's not the right classifications. You know what I mean? Like that's not, you know, France has to pay 100 billion if America is going to pay 100 billion. Germany has to pay 100 billion if America is going to pay 100 billion. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's the equality he's talking about there.
Why is the United States, we have an ocean in between. Why is the United States in for so much more money and other things as Europe? With that being said, and as you said, they've also been obviously very helpful. But we have put in far more than they have. And I think they should.
Oh no, Timothy, you broke the stream.
What changed between the first time that Secretary Bessent gave President Zelensky the agreement and today for the signing?
We made a deal. So
What was it?
I'm just,
deciding factor?
I'm a business person. We made a deal. That's what changed. I didn't think we were going to make a deal. And we ended up making the deal, so that changed.
Mr. President, what and how do you envision a trilateral summit with President Zelensky and Putin?
I don't know, but well, they don't like each other. I can tell you that. They do not like each other. This is not.
You could do that 559 more times. You sure can, actually, because I took all of the cooldowns off to see how much they got abused, and actually they haven't been abused very much yet. So I haven't had to put any cooldowns back.
Much. I'm going to be very nice. Run by an incompetent
But I will if I have to.
person, very incompetent person. Should never have allowed this to happen. I've stopped wars. I've stopped many wars. My people will tell you, I stopped wars that nobody ever heard about. I stopped wars before they ever started.
Ooh, I would love to watch that. If you do get the chance, please do post it in my Discord.
Nations that would tell you right now they would probably go into war. I could tell you right now there's a nation thinking about going to war on something that nobody in this room has ever even heard about. Two smaller nations, but big, still big. And I think I've stopped it. But this should have never happened.
Mr. President.
About sorry, just a second. About any negotiations. First of all, I want really to tell you, and I think that everybody understands that Ukraine, more than Ukrainians, nobody wants to stop this war. But at the future, any negotiations, it's understandable that two sides of the war, not Russia and the United States, because this is not the war between Russia and the United States. This is war of Russia against Ukraine and Ukrainian people. So these two sides will be at the anyway will be at the negotiation table. Then of course United States, like the strongest partner of the Ukraine, and of course Europe. I think Europe is very important. I want to speak about it with the president. Yes, Europe is very important for us because we really defend Europe for today. All Europeans really recognize that we are defending line and they have real life and our people are dying. That's why they helped us. And also it's about the NATO. Yes, between, like the president said, you have big, nice ocean. Yes, between us. But if we will not stay, Russia will go further.
Okay, this is actually important. Zelinsky says this thing here, and I think he tries to reference it later when things start to get heated, and he does it in a way that makes, nice. Heck yeah, 75 is pretty darn good. Zelinsky's trying to make a point here, and he tries to bring it up again later when things start to get heated. And I think because English isn't his first language, his point didn't come across the way he wanted it to. And I'll point it out when we get there, but this is, like, I think the precursor to that.
To Baltics and to Poland, by the way.
But won't say your view average? Fair enough.
Because they've been in the USSR, you know, they've been one of the republics of the USSR, and Putin wants to bring them back to his empire. It's a fact. And when he will go there, if we
that is
will
true.
Not stay, you will fight. Your American soldiers, it doesn't matter, do you have ocean or not, your soldiers will fight.
Mr. President, would you be willing to visit Ukraine? Maybe?
And he's saying that because he's saying if Putin is left unchecked, I think I might have talked over it a little bit.
The United States, because this is not the war between Russia and the United States, will be at the, anyway will be at the negotiation partner of the Ukraine, and of course Europe.
I backed it up too far too. Shoot.
I want to speak about it with the president. Yes, Europe is very important for us because we really defend Europe for today. All Europeans really recognize that we
and what he's talking now, and I think what he firmly believes is that he's holding Russia back. And if he doesn't do it, or the Ukrainians don't do it, and if you guys don't help us, then Russia is just going to go rampant. I firmly believe that Zelinsky thinks that. Whether that happens or not, I have no idea. Yeah, 100%, Timothy. It's actually, you know, you being a history buff might kind of already know this. It's one of the reasons Japan never actually attacked us during World War II on our own soil. Hey, Meteora? Good to see you. From Russia with love. Welcome in. See you here? We're talking politics. That's always a very divisive topic. So we try to make friends, but hey, you know, sometimes we have differing opinions. Welcome in. It's good to see you here. Appreciate you stopping by and hitting up the chat box. We're just going over this situation that happened on Friday. We're almost to the end of it. It was a long one. I mentioned that at the beginning. Right now, Zelinsky's trying to make a point about how if Russia's not stopped, they will become a problem for everyone. And this is important because later, when things start getting heated, Zelinsky tries to bring this point up again, but I think he fails to do it fast enough because English isn't his first language. And I think that it exacerbates the situation instead of helping, which I think is what he was trying to do.
And they have real life, and our people are dying. That's why they helped us. And also, it's about the NATO. Yes, between, like the president said, you have big, nice ocean. Yes, between us. But if we will not stay, Russia will go further to Baltics and to Poland, by the way. But first to the Baltics. It's understandable for them because they've been in the USSR, you know, they've been one of the republics of the USSR, and Putin wants to bring them back to his empire. It's a fact. And when he will go there, if we will not stay, you will fight. Your American soldiers, it doesn't matter, do you have ocean or not, your soldiers will fight.
Mr. President, would you be willing to visit Ukraine, maybe Kyiv or Odessa, which is known to be at the Riviera with Black Sea?
It was my question.
I'm sorry.
I don't want to talk about Odessa now. Let's not talk about Odessa. I want to talk about making a deal, getting peace. We don't have to talk about Odessa. But
I actually don't know what happened in Odessa. I didn't bother to look that part of it up.
There's not a building standing.
Because I didn't feel like it was important to the spat that happens here.
No. We have very good cities.
Oh, see, this is important too, actually. I think this is a little bit of a miscommunication. Again, an English second language type of a problem here that happens. President Trump starts to talk about how Odessa and other Ukrainian cities have been destroyed. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I definitely believe that Russia has way more army than they're throwing at the Ukraine. Yeah, I definitely believe that. I would honestly rather not see any fighting, to be honest. Like, I guess I've never been rich enough to understand this whole land grab type of situation. Like, it's just fucking dirt, man. I get that there's, like, more control that we Americans give to it than that, but, like, my God. Yeah, Griff, you're absolutely right. Zelensky thinks that Putin is pushing for worldwide control. Whether he is or not, I can't tell you that. I'm not Putin. But yeah, that's exactly what Zelensky thinks.
I don't want to talk about Odessa now. Let's not talk about Odessa. I want to talk about making a deal, getting peace. We don't have to talk about Odessa, but a lot of cities have been destroyed. A lot of cities that are not recognizable.
So, like I was saying here, Trump is starting to say that a lot of places in Ukraine have been leveled and been decimated, and that's true. But Zelensky takes that as, and again, I think this is an English second language type of barrier. I think that Zelensky takes it as, like, well, what do you mean Ukraine's, like, down in the... No, we're not. We're booming. Everything's... We've got plenty of industry. Like, so I think that's like an English second language type of miscommunication.
You have to come and to look. No. We have very good cities. Yes, a lot of things been destroyed, but mostly cities alive and people work and children go to school. Sometimes it's very difficult. Sometimes...
Yeah, see, I think it's just Zelensky just got a little defensive here because, and not even in like a heated way, because like President Trump is like, yes, there's so much destruction in Ukraine, and Zelensky's like, no. I mean, there is destruction, but not so much. We've got good infrastructure.
Closer to front line, children have to go to underground schools or online, but we live. Ukraine is fighting and Ukraine lives. This is very important. And maybe it's Putin is sharing this information that he destroyed us. No, he lost 700,000 people, 700,000 soldiers. He lost everything. Yes. So,
Mr. President, one more. I mentioned Poland.
Please, go ahead.
When did you last speak with President Putin, and what did he say that...
A couple of days ago.
And what did he tell you that gave you the assurance that he wanted peace?
Well, that's what I do. My whole life is deals. I know pretty good. And I've known him for a long time. I've dealt with him for a long time. He had to suffer through the Russia hoax. You know, Russia,
What? People really can't say that? Get out of here. Holy crap. You're allowed to believe that here on this channel.
It was all Biden. It was nothing to do
Sweet
with
Jesus, Automod.
He suffered through that, and he was able to do that.
You're allowed to believe whatever you want to here. As long as you're not putting other people down, it's fine. Everybody just, everybody just wants to live and be how they want to be without fear of getting fucked with by everybody else. Like, that's wild, Twitch. Your Automod is wild. Anyway.
I'm in the middle of a mess because this is a real mess. It's a very dangerous one. If this doesn't get solved now, it's not going to get solved for a long time. So I hope we're going to get it solved in the back.
I still don't really like. I don't know. Because if Trump really is the linchpin, my question still remains: what happens in 4 years? Like, I guess maybe he makes a deal and then we're like tied to the deal. That might be the best solution. Because I still don't understand. I just don't understand.
Thank you, Mr. President. Prime Minister Starmer claimed repeatedly that his government believes in free speech and was not engaged censorship?
This guy, this question, this doesn't have anything to do with the Zelinsky meeting. I'm not even sure why. I mean, other than the transparency with the press, why is this question being entertained at this time? This literally has nothing to do with getting help to Ukraine. You as well, Meteora. Peace be with you as well.
But his country's government arrests people for memes and thought crimes, and even more worrisome is pressuring American companies to censor America.
Here, we can see English second language. Zelinsky is listening to a translator because this guy's kind of hard to hear. So, just wanted to point out that Zelinsky, while Zelinsky may look super fluent with English, I don't think that he is.
How can he be a reliable, trustworthy partner?
Welcome back, Timothy.
Demonstrably false on such an important topic?
Well, we actually spoke to him about that yesterday, and we thought they took it very, very much too far. JD was very strong on.
Again, this is the stuff going on in Britain, not having anything to do with the meeting here today.
Would you like to say something about that?
We have concerns, obviously, with the conduct of those, particularly as it impacts Americans. And there's real concern that American speech, which is online, could fall into the hands of British or any country's jurisdiction. And so this is a point the Vice President made at Munich, and I think it's a very compelling one, that what unites us with Europe, as much as anything else, is these shared values, and one of them being free speech. And so if Americans are threatened by it, we're going to need to take action in that regard.
Mr. President. It's actually a very important question.
We spoke about this in detail with the Prime Minister, the Foreign Secretary, and others at lunch
And
yesterday.
so President Trump is not wrong here. It is a very important question, because part of what makes America great is its free speech, is its freedom from tyranny. Like, those are the reasons I live here in America, for my freedoms. So if my American freedoms are going to be, in trouble because I go to Britain because I said something stupid or something, like, that's not cool. So I understand why our government thinks this is an important issue. I still don't think that it should have been brought up here in this meeting with Zelinsky. It has nothing to do with Zelinsky. That guy's just being a reporter. Like, that should have been asked at the White House press conference with that lady whose name I don't know, who's like on fire most of the time, as far as dealing with the press goes. Call for another Boston Tea Party. Well, I mean, again, I said it before earlier in the stream, like, part of our Constitution of the United States means that revolution is never off the table. So, yeah, just slightly off topic. Absolutely.
And I know that Secretary of Commerce Lutnick followed up in private meetings last night. This is really important. We believe Americans have the right to speak their mind, even if we in this room disagree with them. They have the right to speak their mind in the public square, which is often online these days.
And that's exactly why I love America.
As it pertains to American companies and American citizens, vigorously if we have to. I do think that under the president's leadership, we're going to find common ground with our friends
Absolutely.
in the UK on this question, but it remains to be seen. The principle that will guide us is we believe in free speech in this country, and we'll fight for it for American citizens.
Mr. President, on the deal, is there any other oil and gas component to the deal? Is it all critical?
A little bit. We'll see.
On LNG?
But we're not really looking for that so much. We got a lot. We have more than anybody in the world, by far. So
I don't know the validity of that statement either.
I think it affects also, but for the most part, no.
And sir, is there any agreement from Ukraine to purchase U.S. LNG as part of the deal, or is that on the table at all?
No, we don't need that.
Mr. President, I just wanted to ask you about, you just mentioned that you'd spoken to Vladimir Putin a couple of days ago. Just to be clear, that's a new call, not the one that you...
I've spoken to him on numerous occasions.
Okay. And how was
What a weird question. It's a new call? Like, huh? Well, again, off topic. What the hell does that even matter? Excuse me, what? Pardonnez-moi?
Are you serious with that question? It went well. I think we're going going to have a deal.
On the minerals,
Yeah,
though, Mr. President,
Mr. President Trump, are you serious with that question? Because he asked how it went. How'd it go? Well, it was a phone call between diplomats. How do you think it went?
some of those minerals are in the east of Ukraine, not far from the front lines and in areas that Russia has occupied. Will you direct President Putin to withdraw his forces from those areas if there's U.S. interest?
Well, we'll take a look at the time. We have a lot of area. It's a very big area we're talking about, so we'll take a look. I'll study that and I'll see.
And who would protect those minerals if they are U.S. interests? Would that be Ukrainian
They'll be
forces?
protected. The
European
agreement will protect them.
U.S.
The
forces?
agreement, yeah, we're signing an agreement. You know?
Right, but what if Russia tries to invade or there's Russian aggression in response?
Which is a good question, and something Zelinsky probably has on his mind. She asked, what if Russia tries to invade or something? And we'll get to the end of her thought here and their responses. But this is... Zelinsky has already talked about this. This is clearly on the forefront of his mind.
I just told you I don't think that's going to happen. And if that were going to happen, I wouldn't make a deal. If I thought that was going to happen, I wouldn't make a deal.
Some people may wonder why.
You know, they ought to focus on CNN on survival, not asking me these ridiculous questions.
And again, I don't know. I get it. He's got a grudge with CNN, but I mean, come on, you're the president. Let's...
Russian control for decades after the Second World War. When I was a kid, I looked at the United States not only as a most powerful country, richest country in the world, the country that has great music, great movies.
That is its own can of worms.
But also as a force for good. And now I'm talking with my friends in Poland, and they are worried that you align yourself too much with Putin. What's your message for them?
Well, if I didn't align myself with both of them, you'd never have a deal. You want me to say really terrible things about Putin and then say, hi, Vladimir, how are we doing on the deal? That doesn't work that way. I'm not aligned with Putin. I'm not aligned with anybody. I'm aligned with the United States of America. And for the good of...
This is the thing I've been saying this whole time. He's trying to be neutral so that he can bring everybody to the table. Now, he might be doing it in his own wacky way. But, like, yeah, he said exactly what I've been saying this whole time. He can't call Putin a dictator, a terrorist. He can't be like, yes, Ukraine, we will make demands of Putin. Putin won't even come to the table if that's the case. He'll be like, nah, we're just going to continue. It'll be like Meteora said, and he'll just like, and just come in and roll. Like, open the floodgates, unleash the beast, and there won't be any talk.
With the world, and I want to get this thing over with. You see the hatred he's got for Putin. It's very tough for me to make a deal with that kind of hate. He's got tremendous hatred, and I understand that, but I can tell you the other side isn't exactly in love with, you know, him either. So it's not a question of alignment. I'm aligned with the world.
And to be honest, Timothy, you're right. He's acting like a businessman, and that's kind of exactly why I voted for him. Like, I voted for a businessman, and that's what we got. Now, is he a dumbass that puts his foot in his mouth sometimes? Yeah, absolutely. Am I a dumbass that puts my foot in my mouth sometimes? Oh, buddy, you better believe it. Probably more often than not. But yeah, like, this is the businessman side of him. This is the getting deals done thing. This is the we're gonna have Doge show us the receipts. Oh, absolutely, the memes are great. Absolutely, they're great. Honestly, they're probably part of the greatest part. I mean, the business aspect, like if he actually can save our country some money and stop the ridiculous spending and get some of the crap. Yeah, you can't count how many times you've put your foot in your mouth. Yeah, same. And I'm not even that flexible, so figure that one out. But yeah, like that's what I've been saying. He's been saying this whole time. Now he's just said that's what he's been saying. Of course, Zelinsky wants him to be more on his side because, yeah, but
I want to get the thing set. I'm aligned with Europe. I want to see if we can get this thing done. You want me to be tough? I could be tougher than any human being you've ever seen. I'd be so tough. But you're never going to get a deal that way, so that's the way it goes. All right, one more question.
Hey, I will respond to this. So look, for 4
I just saw something there that was really interesting.
I want to get the thing set. I'm aligned with Europe. I want to see if we can get this thing done. You want me to be tough? I could be tougher than any human being you've ever
I missed this
seen.
the first few times I watched it. I need to...
You're never going to get a deal that way, so that's the way it goes. All right, one more question.
Hey, I will respond to this. So look, for 4 years in the United States of America, we had a president who stood up at press conferences and talked tough about Vladimir Putin.
So Trump just said one more question, and he pointed at Vance. Did anybody hear Vance speak up before Trump pointed at him? Because one of the things that has been going around is this whole thing was a setup, perhaps. And I didn't really think that so much until right now, actually. Because I don't think I heard Vance speak up before Trump pointed at him. Which means... there might have been something shifty going on, guys.
Hey, I will respond to this. So look, for 4 years in the United States
Maybe,
of America,
potentially.
we had a president who stood up at press conferences and talked tough about Vladimir Putin, and then
Did he?
Putin invaded
Okay.
Ukraine and destroyed a significant chunk of the country. The path to peace and the path to prosperity is maybe engaging in diplomacy. We tried the pathway of Joe Biden of thumping our chest and pretending that the President of the United States' words mattered more than the President of the United States' actions. What makes America a good country is America engaging in diplomacy. That's what President Trump is doing.
Can I ask you?
Sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So he occupied it.
Okay,
our
okay.
Parts, big parts of Ukraine, part of East and Crimea. So he occupied it on.
I mean, yeah. I didn't. To be fair, though, I didn't really follow the Pence part of the first Trump circus, for lack of a better word for it. Trump's first run as president, I guess. Yeah. I didn't really pay enough attention to Pence, unfortunately.
2014. So he occupied it, our parts, big parts of Ukraine, part of East and Crimea. So he occupied it on 2014. So
Yeah, we learned about that earlier in the... You didn't know anything till about 2020? Yeah. Fair. I forgot what we were just talking about. Ooh, okay, anyways, yeah, so Zelinsky's talking about what we learned about at the very beginning of stream, almost 3 hours ago now, actually. That still about 8th grade. Gotcha. But yeah, so Trump, or Zelinsky here, is talking about how Putin has gone against the Minsk Accords, which we looked up and learned about a little bit during... that's when you took up politics? Heck yeah. Yeah, I'm getting more into it. There was a time where I wasn't into it, and now I'm getting more into it. And more so just to keep myself sane, like do sanity checks, make sure that like I don't just blindly follow the one side's rhetoric or another. I don't think any of that is good for America, to be honest. This whole two-party system we have is kind of a joke. We're going to wait here for the ads to play, but the spat is about to happen here. some of the things that I think caused the spat are things that shouldn't have happened in or wouldn't have happened behind closed doors, but definitely shouldn't have happened the way it did. Nobody else, you're going to see here in a minute, nobody else got the chance that JD Vance does to bombard anybody with questions like JD Vance is about to. After we get back from Twitch's scheduled ad break. You try not to be biased, but can be very. Yeah, that's fair. I would say the same. Sometimes I need my eyes opened, and partially that's partially the reason we're doing these. Not only so that you guys can learn some things, and oops, button. Not only that so that you guys can learn some things, but so that I can learn some things too. We got ads here in about 10 seconds. I've really got to pee, so I'm gonna hit that BRB right now, and we will be right back after the ads. Appreciate you guys sticking it out with me through these. We're almost done with this video, and then I've got one more for Zelinsky I want to show for some context, and then I'll wrap it all up, and we'll be done for today. But anyways, I appreciate you guys being here, and I will be back very, very soon. All right, time to show off our friends in a segment I like to call Griff Needs Clips. Yes, he needs clips. Oh, Griff needs clips. Yes, Griff needs clips. That's not actually what the segment is called. It just so happens that Griff is first and he needs clips. So the segment is Friends of the Avenged, and the idea is we're supposed to be showing off your clips at this point so people know what you're gonna be like, you know, if they're gonna wanna know, they're gonna know if they're gonna wanna follow you. I mean, Griff's a cool guy, you should follow him. I'm here to tell you you should follow him, but that doesn't mean you have to. You should though. The Warhammers, the Space Marines, the Heresy Stompins, we're doing that stuff. How you guys doing today? I'm pretty tired for a Thursday, if I'm being honest. So we'll see how it goes. We might end up with a bit of a shorter stream, or we might end up just getting that second wind here and, you know, sending it. Not Photonic so much, as it is not Friday. He has prior engagements in the morrow, so he will gracefully bow out whenever he needs to at no...
Probably around 10 or so, well, if we're still streaming.
What's the word I'm looking for here, man? Like, at no... negative to us. Well, the negative will be that you're gone. But like...
no discretion, maybe?
Discretion? I don't think discretion is the right word either. Welcome back, friends. We got a couple of minutes before those ads finish up, so we're going to wait for anybody who hanging out stuck on those bad boys. We'll get back into it. Griff needs clips. Clip makes me laugh every time. Heck yeah. It flowed so well. Like, and this is the segment that's called Griff needs clips. Which is funny because you don't need clips anymore. You have some clips. It was great timing. Sometimes I have great timing. Other times, not so much. Sometimes I put my foot in my mouth. We talked about that once already. Good old politicking. Politicking the politics. Do-do-do-do-do. You gotta go to bed? All right, that sounds good. Appreciate you stopping in, Timothy. Appreciate you hanging out with us and chatting us up. Hope you have a great day tomorrow. And yeah, I hope to see you tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll be playing some GTA Expanded and Enhanced. Same bat time, same bat channel. If you're interested in checking out the new Expanded and Enhanced content on PC, be sure to stop by then. And if not, I hope you have a great rest of your week. Welcome back, everybody else. We're going to continue here. Zelinsky is just about to ask Vance about ceasefire guarantees, I think, because, and rightfully so, Zelinsky is worried that that Vance or that Putin won't follow any sort of agreements.
So he occupied it on 2014. So during a lot of years, so I'm not speaking about just Biden, but those time was Obama, then President Obama, then President Trump, then President Biden, now President Trump, and God bless, now President Trump will stop him. But during 2014, nobody stopped him. He just occupied and took. He killed people. You know what the contact
2015.
2014.
2014 and
2014.
Yeah. So
I was not here.
Yeah.
Yeah, we all know, Trump, you weren't here. We got it. We got it, bud. Thanks. So yeah, basically what Zelensky's saying is what we saw. Zelensky right now is talking about the 2014 invasion of Crimea by the soldiers dubbed as Little Green Men, who we later found out were Russian troops.
That's exactly right. Yes, but during 2014 till 2022, yeah, the situation the same. The people have been dying on the contact line. Nobody stopped him. You know?
On the contact line, yeah. Just like all those Minsk Accords being broken that we were talking about.
We signed with him, me, like a new president. In 2019, I signed with him the deal. I signed with him, Macron.
He's talking about Minsk 2. He signed with
and Merkel, we signed ceasefire.
Germany and France.
Ceasefire. All of them told me that he will never go. We signed with him with gas contract. Gas contract. Yes, but after that, he broken this ceasefire. He killed our people, and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners, but he didn't do it. What kind of diplomacy, JD, you are speaking about? What do you mean?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy.
Which is honestly a great question coming from Zelensky. He's looking for more guarantees. He's saying Merkel gave us those guarantees and they didn't matter. Macron gave us those guarantees and they didn't matter. Putin still did what he wants. What's your diplomacy? How is your diplomacy different? Now, I don't remember what Vance's response is. We'll get to that just in a very brief second. My response to that would be, well, hopefully our military would, if the U.S. is involved in a deal, hopefully not everybody else's military too, but all the militaries would keep him in check.
Diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going.
And I don't understand what he meant by that either, JD. What's he litigating? What does litigate even mean again? Let me look that up. I did this once before, but I feel like it's important. Take a claim or a dispute to a court of law. Huh? Go to law. Be a party to a lawsuit. Huh? JD, brother, what are you talking about? I think, and then not only what are you talking about, but how is the freaking English second language guy supposed to keep up? You know, asking for a friend. The friend is me. I want to know.
Going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems.
Also, what is this manpower problems? I looked that up. I don't find that. I mean, I guess maybe they would have manpower problems if the war went on too long because Russia just has more people. But I didn't find any news articles anywhere where that's a problem currently.
You should be thanking the president for trying.
Court of public opinion? Okay, maybe. It still feels weird. And now it's starting to feel like an attack. Like, why is J.D. Vance attacking Zelinsky right now? I don't understand it. And I might be missing something, so please, if you have some sort of alternative, let's talk about it. Because I don't understand it.
To bring it into this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine that you say what problems we have?
I have been to.
Come once.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know that what happens is you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President.
Again, what does this have to? Yeah, he brings foreign diplomats on a propaganda tour, I guess, but he's just like showing what, like, he's like, yeah, come to the country, check out, this is how it is here. How else do you do that?
Do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military? And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the
Here's another thing. Where did Zelensky attack the administration? I didn't see that either. Is it because he asked JD a question about about the way that Putin handles diplomacy? He doesn't, by the way. So like I'm just confused. I'm just confused. JD's go, yeah, but why? Under whose authority? I mean, I get it. He's the vice president. He almost doesn't need authority. But, like, why has he had enough? What has he had enough with? The whole thing? I'm a confused. I'm a confused panda. A confused panda. I don't understand. Like, I get it, and I get it a little bit too that, like, JD doesn't like. Have a great night, Pizza. You as well. I hope it was fun to watch and listen to. Excellent. That's what we're here for. We're trying to be fun and a little bit educational and just try to figure out what the hell's going on sometimes. Because, you know, sometimes I need help, and we all need to talk about it as a group so I can understand it. Like JD going off here. I don't understand it. I don't know why he did it. What I will say is good job, Trump, for not showing a fractured upper level government. Now, should he have just completely backed JD? In this instance, yes, because JD didn't say anything too egregious, but who was trying to push for a better commitment? Zelinsky, the Puerto Rican? Is that who you're talking about? Because I agree that I think Zelinsky was trying to push for a better commitment than just a treaty. And I don't know if, like, what's JD mad at that? Like, guy, get on, like Griff said, reel it in a little bit, because like Zelensky's been dealing with this, like, not across the pond like we have, like in his backyard. So yeah, he probably does want some more guarantees, like. And I can see how Vance could be upset with that because, you know, he's from this side of the pond and he's like, well, Putin will just do what we tell him to do. I mean, come on, he always does. Whether he always does or not, I don't actually know. But, like, that's kind of the feeling I'm getting from JD at this point. But anyways, here we go.
The destruction of your country.
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning. Sure. First of all, during the war, everybody has problems. Even you, but you have nice ocean. and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
Here's the very first instance of it starting to get heated and English not being Zelinsky's first language coming into play here. I think Trump's about to say, and I kind of cut him off, you don't get to tell us how we feel. And he's right, but that's not what Zelinsky was trying to do. And you'll see.
don't know that.
God bless. God bless. You will not have war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because you're in no position to dictate that.
That's exactly what you're doing.
You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very good.
You will feel influence.
We're going to.
There. He tried to... Because this is him bringing up that point that I told you was going to be important later. Remember when I told you that? When Zelinsky was talking about how he thinks Putin is on a tear to take over the entire world. And if we don't stop him in Ukraine, or help to stop him in Ukraine, we will feel his influence. Remember how he said that back a little while ago? Because I do. And I think that's what he was trying to say here. And I think Trump took it the wrong way. And that's okay. Like, again, English second language. People are starting to get heated about things because Zelinsky keeps pushing back on this whole diplomacy thing that you know, I wonder now if JD Vance and Trump are thinking, well, maybe this guy doesn't want any sort of diplomacy. And I really think it's just that Zelinsky just wants more than words and signatures as a guarantee. Because he had that during Minsk 2. And what did it get him? Invaded. That's what it got him. So, like, this is really where it starts to go off the rails. And there will be, like, about at least one, maybe two or three more instances of this English second language being an issue.
You feel very good and very strong.
You will feel influence.
You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed yourself to be in a very bad position, and he happens to be right about it.
From the very beginning of the war.
You're not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us.
Right there. You don't have the cards right now. Zelensky's like, I don't think he understands the American euphemism, man.
You start having cards. Right now.
That's somebody being upset because he's getting attacked. He got attacked by JD, and now he's been misconstrued because he didn't mean to tell us how we feel. We need to feel. He meant to tell us that we will feel the influence of Putin if he's left unchecked. Maybe we will, maybe we won't, but like, that's what he's trying to say. See, and I'm not playing cards. I'm very serious. Like, I think that's an English language barrier thing, guys.
With the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III.
I mean, maybe.
It's very disrespectful to the country, this country. That's back to you. Far more than a lot of people said they should have.
Have you said thank you once?
JD, shut your fucking mouth at this point, man. Sorry, but that's my opinion. Have you said thank you once? Bro, remember at the beginning in the first 4 minutes that Zelinsky had to talk, he said thank you more than 5 times. Okay, it was at least 3. Like, at this point, everything should have stopped. Trump should have said, JD, that's enough. We're not getting anywhere in our negotiations, in our deal. That, like, JD needs to stop. He's not right here. That's my firm opinion. If you can sway that, I would be surprised. Because everything I see, JD is in the wrong for asking this, saying these things. It's ridiculous. actually.
This entire meeting? No, in this
Yeah.
meeting, you said
Yeah.
you went to
3 or 4 fucking times within the first 4 minutes he was able to speak, JD.
offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country.
Please, you think that if you will speak very loudly about the war, you
He's
can...
not speaking loudly. He's not speaking loudly.
And again, here I think it's another English second language barrier thing. I think Zelinsky said speak loudly. I think he meant making strong arguments. Which, again, I think might just be an English second language. And I might be wet. I might be stupid. I might be wrong. But, like, to me, that's what it seems like. As a guy who's been around English his whole life, I see Zelinsky struggling with English.
Your country's in big trouble.
Can I
Wait a
answer?
minute. No,
Can
you've
I
done a lot of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
You're not winning. You're not winning.
See, and here's where it should have already been stopped, but, like, Zelinsky was just trying to answer JD's honestly ridiculous questions.
You have a damn good chance of coming out okay because of
Mr.
us.
President, we are staying in our country, staying strong from the very beginning of the war. We've been alone, and we are thankful. I said thanks
You haven't
in
been
this
alone.
cabinet,
You
and
haven't
not
been
only
alone.
in this.
And of course he'd be pissed at this point because he did say thank you like 3 or 4 times. I'll even rewind the video if you need me to.
We gave you, through this stupid president, $350 billion.
Wrong. He's wrong about that number.
Men are brave, but
Just
they
saying.
can use our military. If you didn't have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
In 3 days, I heard it from Putin. In 3 days, this is something
Maybe
new.
less.
In 2 weeks, of course, yes.
It's going to be a very hard thing to do business like this. I
Again,
tell you.
just say thank you.
I said a lot of times to American people.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with Zelinsky here. He has said thank you a lot of times.
Those disagreements rather than trying to fight it out in the American media when you're wrong. We know that you're wrong.
But you see, I think it's good for the American people to see what's going on.
I understand, sir.
I think it's
I
very
understand.
important. That's why I kept this going so long. You have to be thankful. You don't have the...
Which is, like, Trump is just jumping on what JD said now because, like, that's what Trump does. And I think, personally, I think Zelinsky was very thankful. Again, I pointed out at the beginning of the video. 4 or 5 times. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for letting me come here. Thank you for your help so far.
Your people are dying. You're running low on soldiers. Listen, you're running low on soldiers. It would be a...
And now there's not even a back and forth discourse here. Trump is just trying to be the loudest voice in the room. Great look, Mr. President.
Damn good thing. And then you tell us, I don't want a ceasefire. I don't want a ceasefire. I want...
That's not what he said at all. Again, you're twisting Zelinsky's words, Mr. P.
Go, and I wanted this. Look,
So of course Zelinsky's got that attitude.
if you could get a ceasefire right now, I tell you, you take it so the bullets stop flying and your men stop getting killed.
Of course, we want to stop the war.
But you're
I
saying
said-
you don't want a ceasefire.
But I said to you,
I want a ceasefire.
with guarantees.
Because you'll get a ceasefire faster than an agreement.
Ask our people about ceasefire, what they think.
That wasn't
it doesn't
with
matter
me.
for you what
That
what
wasn't
this
with me.
means. It
That was
wasn't-
with...
Well, that one is kind of true, actually, because the United States have never been a part of any of the Minsk agreements that Ukraine and Russia have made that have been broken by probably both sides. But obviously, Ukraine isn't going to talk about how they've broken the peace treaty or any peace treaty.
A guy named Biden who was not a smart person.
This
That
is
was
your-
with,
this
that was
is
with
your
Obama.
president. It was your president.
Excuse me. That was with Obama who gave you sheets.
And I agree with that. It doesn't matter. We go through presidents so fast that to say that was with Obama or that was with Biden or that was with me. The fact that you can talk about 3 different presidents in the span that Russia has been to war with Ukraine means that the presidency doesn't really matter to anybody outside of the US. They just, who do they need to talk to that's at the top? Like, I understand completely what Zelinsky is saying, like, and again, to the security guarantees. Well, not with you, but what happens when you're gone? You're not a king. You don't get to be the ruler of the Americas forever.
And I gave you javelins.
Yes.
I gave you the javelins to take out all those tanks. Obama gave you sheets. In fact,
And again, now he's just being...
Obama gave sheets and Trump gave javelins.
Is that the statement, Trump? Okay.
I tell you, you don't have the cards. With us, you have the cards. But without us, you don't have any cards.
One more question to Mr. Vice President. I'm sorry.
It's going to be a tough deal to make because the attitudes have to change.
What if Russia breaks ceasefire? What if Russia breaks peace talks? What do you do then? I understand that it's a heated conversation right now.
What are you saying?
She's asking, what if Russia breaks the ceasefire?
Well, what if anything? What if
I mean, I get Trump's answer here too. What if anything? I've said that before too. Like, what if the sky fell down today? Like, sure. But at the same time, Zelinsky has a proven track record of Putin doing these things. So of course he wants some more guarantees. Dr. Vimes, welcome in. Appreciate you being here. He gets rewarded for creating conflict. He's the child who got a gift every time he acted up. Yeah, that could very well be true, honestly. So yeah, I mean, like, and honestly, yeah, after it started, I'll bet he did like quote unquote hype it up a little bit, and now he's trying to be the loudest in the room and take control of the situation, and you know, then his people or other people will be able to spin it in all these different ways or whatever, and we've seen that already. Like, we probably won't get to it tonight, but I saw an interview earlier today with Tulsi Gabbard, and I've been a pretty big Tulsi Gabbard fan. Like, she's been doing all right, what she's doing. But she said some pretty wild things that I saw in an interview that she did with Fox News today about the stuff going on here in the White House that we're watching. And some of the things that she was saying, putting words in like Zelinsky specifically's mouth, I'm like, lady, I didn't hear him say that at all. And now people who haven't even watched this that we're watching now, they're going to think that Zelinsky wants World War III just as much as Putin does. And that's not the feeling I get from this at all. So, like, she's just stirring the pot. Everybody's just stirring the pot. My overall feeling on this whole spat is that's all it was. It was a spat. Things are tense. People got heated. Nothing has to change, really. Like, other than everybody needs to calm down and come back to the table. Like, that's what needs to happen. What if is the basis when you try to look at the outcome of a treaty? Yeah, that's very true too. That's very true too. Because yeah, yeah, Zelensky's just looking for a little bit more security than notes on a paper that haven't worked for him so far. I mean, you know, it's like what's a good example? So like, say we knew each other in person, and every time I walked by you, I went like this, and I just gave you like a little, like I don't actually hit you, but like I give you the old feint, you know, every time. And then I walk by you one day and I don't do it, but you still, because you're expecting it. That's Zelinsky right now. He's signed treaties, 2 or 3 of them. Well, maybe not him personally. Ukraine has signed treaties, 2 or 3 of them, with Putin. And they haven't held up. They've just been words on paper. So Zelensky's flinching. He's a little gun shy, as he should be.
Bomb drops on your head right now. Okay? What have they broken? I don't know. They broke it with Biden because Biden, they didn't respect him. They didn't respect Obama.
And now, again, my question is, what happens when you're gone, Mr. President? And that's a good question for Zelinsky, too. Like, that's Zelinsky's question. Have a good night, Texas. Hope you have a good day tomorrow. And I hope to see you for some fun and excitement in the GTAs.
They respect me. Let me tell you, Putin went through a hell of a lot with me. He went through a phony witch hunt where they used him and Russia.
And again, all this doesn't have anything to do with the Ukraine thing. This is American problems.
Joe Biden scam. Hillary Clinton, Shifty Adam Schiff. It was a Democrat scam. And he had to go through that.
Yeah, Dr. Vimes hits the nail on the head. Would you trust your neighbor to house sit if he lied to you every time you spoke and has taken and captured 2 houses on your block already? Yeah, like, brother wants a guarantee that ain't gonna happen to his domicile, man. That's 110% the facts.
He went through it. He was accused of all that stuff. He had nothing to do with it. It came out of Hunter Biden's bathroom. It came out of Hunter Biden's bathroom.
And again, this doesn't matter at all to the Zelinsky thing.
And then they said, oh, the laptop from hell was made by Russia. The 51.
Like this again, this is not this. If this was a meeting about Zelinsky signing the thing, why is Trump bringing all this up? Because it's a media circus, is what it is.
Obama and Bush, and he might have broken him with Biden. He did, maybe he didn't. I don't know what happened, but he didn't break him with me. He wants to.
And I still don't know that. I couldn't find anything to say true or false that Putin broke agreements with Ukraine during 2016 to 2020. I can't find any information, yay or nay. So if you can find something and you want to like link it to my Discord or send it to me in a whisper, if that particular evidence exists, I would love to see it. So frankly, to me, Trump is just spewing crap right now. And again, this is coming from a guy who voted for him, who thinks his business acumen will be good for this country. But like right now, he's just completely spouting shit.
To make a deal. I don't know if you can make a deal. The problem is I've empowered you to be a tough guy. And I don't think you'd be a tough guy without the United States. And you.
I also don't think he's being a tough guy. I mean, maybe. But I don't see that in this interview. I don't see Zelinsky being that. Yeah, I meant between Russia and Ukraine during the time Trump was president. Because that's what Trump is standing on right now. He's like, well, you never broke them with me. He never broke the accords with me when I was president. He never did that. And I'm like, I can't verify that. I have no idea whether that's true or not. So to me, it's hearsay. It's just Trump fluffing himself up because he's got a big ego.
People are very brave.
And I believe that Putin and Russia have broken many treaties many a times, to be completely fair.
Fight it out. I don't think it's going to be pretty, but you'll fight it out. But you don't have the cards. But once we sign that deal, you're in a much better position. But you're not acting at all thankful. And that's not.
And I don't agree with that either. I think he's acting plenty thankful. Again, at the very beginning, I said this was important. He said thank you like 4 times. In the first 4 minutes, he was able to speak. That's a thank you a minute, guys.
Not a nice thing. I'll be honest, that's not a nice thing. All right.
I think JD Vance just started running with that, and Trump picked it up and like ran even further, personally. Now, maybe this was all a ploy to get Zelinsky to sign the damn deal faster. In which case, I think maybe Trump might have gotten his way there. I don't know that. I don't think this should have gone down the way it did, though, and I think we're to blame. I heard a lot of people like, yeah, this is what Trump and JD should do, and I'm like, I don't know, man. Every time I watch this, I'm just like, nah, we were in the wrong here. And I guess I'm gonna need to see some pretty hard evidence that that we weren't in the wrong here before I can really like let it go. Yeah, it just looks petty. You're not wrong. At least I hope you meant petty and not pretty. Yeah, okay. Whew. Yeah, this does just look petty. We're being petty right now. America is being petty because the Ukraine wants some more. What Trump hasn't done, I don't think, is the research that I did to like learn what has happened in Ukraine. He just thinks he knows because he's Trump and he knows, or what the hell ever goes on with his head. But like Zelensky's been dealing directly with Putin for, well, Zelensky for 5 years, but Ukraine for 10 years total. And he just wanted some more guarantees, and then it blew up. And again, I don't think this is, unless Trump like holds a grudge because he's an idiot, or JD Vance does maybe. I think this is a spat, like, you know, a little quarrel. Like things are heated because they're tense, and this happens during negotiations sometimes. Like the way the media is blowing it up and like, oh, Zelensky's not anything anymore, and yada yada yada, and this and that, and I'm like, guys, no, it's not. No, everything's fine. Like, well, not fine. Obviously, they wouldn't be here if everything was fine. But like this usually happens behind closed doors. That's why meetings like this don't take place in front of the cameras, usually. And then we get briefed on what happened afterwards. Because sometimes there's yelling, and sometimes people feel very passionately about their points. But does that mean it's unsalvageable? Does that mean anything, really? I don't really think so. I don't even think this was that big of a spat. I think, like I say, I think the media has been blowing it up more than anything.
This is going to be great television, I will say that. We'll see what we can do.
Always the spinner, Trump is definitely going to be great television. I mean, look, we've spent 3.5 hours on it. Yeah, the rest of it is just them being ushered out of the Oval Office. Them being the reporters. And then, of course, I guess from here, Trump asks Zelensky to leave, and they didn't ever get anything signed, and they didn't have lunch together. From my understanding, anyway. I don't really think that was necessary. I think obviously Trump and Vance felt disrespected in the White House. I think they need to check themselves before they wreck themselves, so to speak. But they felt disrespected, so they sent Zelensky away. And then he also had an interview with Fox, Zelinsky did, and this interview helped me understand that Zelinsky wasn't as articulate as he may sound in the English language. So this is a Fox News interview with President Zelinsky.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Mr. President, thank you for the time today, especially on this day, to continue to do this interview.
I don't know if this was Friday or Saturday.
That you disrespected him and the vice president and all of America in the Oval Office. Do you think you did? And do you think you owe an apology to President Trump?
So I don't think he did, personally. That's my 2 cents on it. I don't think he was super disrespectful. I feel like he was attacked and he got defensive. Now, what happens when you get attacked? Do you get defensive? Okay.
Thank you so much. First of all, thank you for the invitation for this dialogue, and good evening to all your country, to all Americans. I'm very thankful to Americans for all your support. You did a lot. I'm thankful to President Trump and to Congress bipartisan support.
And of course, here now he's going above and beyond with the thank yous because JD Vance called him out on it. And, well, he's going to make sure now that he says thank you enough times so that hopefully JD Vance won't call him out on it again.
Always very thankful from all our people. You helped us a lot from the very beginning during 3 years of full-scale invasion. You helped us to survive. Anyway, we are strategic partners, and even in such tough dialogue, and I think we have to be very honest, and we have to be very direct.
I agree with that 100%, Dr. Vimes.
It's very, for us, very necessary to President Trump.
As a matter of fact, I actually feel like, especially near the end, Trump and Vance were being very disrespectful because Vance bombarded him with questions. As he said, oh, that's a lot of questions. And then Trump kept talking over him and would not let him speak. So if anybody was disrespectful, I don't think it was Zelinsky.
Trump, and I'm with all respect that he wants to finish this war, but nobody wants to finish more than we, because we in Ukraine, we are in this war, we are in this battle, and battle for.
And that was, I agree with that too, what Zelinsky says here. Trump, and I would do this if Trump had done an interview. I don't have an interview to go to for Trump's side of things about what went down. So again, I don't have them facts. Nobody has been able to sit down, or nobody has sat down with Trump. I don't know if they've been able to or not, but nobody has sat down with Trump. I don't have an interview like this I can reference for the Trump side of things. But this gives a little bit more context to the Zelinsky side of things. And I think it's important because, again, we'll see here that Zelinsky isn't as good with English as we may think he is. Even though he does sound like he talks it pretty good, I think his understanding is not as good as his dialect, his speaking of it.
Freedom for our lives. So I'm just...
And yeah, I also agree. I don't think Trump should have said that Zelinsky doesn't want the war ended. Of course Zelinsky does. Like, I remember that in the end of the last video there we just watched where, yeah, like, he doesn't know. He wants the war to end. He just wants some freaking guarantees.
Telling that, I think that we have to be on the same side, and I hope that the president on our side together with us, and that is very important to stop Putin. And I heard from President Trump a lot of times that he will stop the war, and I hope he will, and we need to pressure him with Europe, with all the partners. And I think this dialogue had to be a little bit earlier to understand where we are. Like, you know, I don't remember exactly, but like President...
See, I don't disagree with you, Dr. Vimes, but also... And I've said this a few times too, not lately, but throughout the night here, Trump is trying to be neutral. Like, we all know Putin's a bad guy. Even Trump knows Putin's a bad guy. But I brought this, I used this example earlier. Imagine you're in arbitration. Like, you know how companies go to arbitration instead of like being able to be sued because it's in their terms of service or whatever. And you know how that's like always bad for the person who isn't the company, because the company and the arbitrator usually are like working together somehow. And if the arbitrator washes the company's back, the company will wash the arbitrator's back. Well, Putin's not dumb by any means. He may be a psychotic, terroristic dictator. I don't know that. I'm just like, he may be. But he's not dumb. He's definitely not dumb. And if Putin even hinted at the fact that he might not get a fair seat at the table, he wouldn't even come to the table. So I kind of understand Trump trying to be neutral. At least not saying anything bad about Putin while trying to get him to the bargaining table. Trump's not being neutral? Well, I mean, what do you mean he's not being neutral? I mean, right up until he got heated about something Zelinsky was saying, he was being pretty neutral. I mean, other than like bashing on Biden and all the quote unquote fake news and the Hillary and all these other side things that he didn't really need to go on about. And I'm asking because I'm curious. I really like back and forth discourse. I'm not like, well, what do you mean? You clearly are wrong. I'm like, no, like we should talk about it. So for Trump, he was really trying. That's what I thought. I thought he was like, and not he was trying to be like super neutral. Like he wants to be so right down the middle to get Putin to the table. Because we all know if it's not looking like that, Putin's not going to come to the table. Asking for minerals way above what he... Okay. I mean... Yeah, because you're talking about getting Russia to pay for the war because Russia started the war, right? And I agree with that. I think Russia should pay for the war. I also don't agree with the way Trump is going about talking about how like we need to recoup all this money. Because what is... He's looking to make a deal that gives up some land to Russia. Well, I mean, he probably will have to appease Putin. Like, unfortunately, Putin still believes that the USSR is great and strong, and it should be back like it was in, like, I don't know, 1654 or 888 AD, where Russia was this big, powerful, whatever. Like... If Putin's right there, and I'm not saying he is, obviously, then Britain has claim to America because back in 18 what the hell ever, or 17 what the hell ever, or 16 what the hell ever, we were British colonies. So that means Britain could come over here anytime they want to and say, actually, you're Britain again, which, of course, I don't agree with. Like, that doesn't make sense to anybody. And that is exactly what Russia has done. So, yeah, Russia shouldn't be rewarded, per se, but what's the other alternative? World War III? Yeah, there will have to be compromises on both sides in order to have peace. Agreed. Because, and that's what Zelinsky's point was, too. Well, sure, but then we just go to war. I mean, they might as well just push the button, the nuke button, and call it a day. We can all figure it out after that. Because, like, really, what's the other option? If we alienate Putin that much and he goes full scorched earth, what happens? What's the recourse? So... Yeah, there's no good split. That's for darn sure. I can agree with that.
Peace is...
Yeah, that's right, Griff. A few of us who manage to make it through nuclear winter will survive. Yeah, and figure it out after that. But like really, Russia's still very much a superpower. Roadblock Russia, you build a wall of implication. But does that stop Russia from mobilizing their entire army or launching nuclear warheads? And I'm asking sincerely. I'm curious. Like, nobody really knows. So I'm just posing, like, what ifs and questions. Like, how does that work if it doesn't work? That sounded kind of dumb, but I think you get the idea. It's the same kind of thing Zelinsky was asking. What happens if he breaks the treaties? And I get Trump's a little bit what if, like, sure, what if, but like, no, seriously. If we, and this is actually something as like an American semi-military aged man, I kind of want to know, like, what does happen if we sign agreements and we get a whole ceasefire thing put together and then Russia reneges, what happens? Am I getting a letter in the mail? I'm going to tell you right now, I ain't going. But like, am I getting a letter in the mail? an important question to a guy like me. Nothing will stop them if they want to. They already break treaties. That's very fair. That's very fair, too.
Not just an absent the war. Yes, we are speaking about just and lasting peace, about freedom, about justice, about human rights. And that's why I said that I think so, that ceasefire, and you know Putin, he broken 25 times ceasefire during all these years, 10 years.
So I'm not hearing from you, Mr. President, a thought that you owe the president an apology.
No, I respect President and I respect American people. And if
then we send the city of Chicago to sort it out. Well, let me tell you, the way the city of Chicago seems to have a gun problem, they might just be able to sort it out quicker than any shit that we could ever send. So send it.
I don't know if I think that
I didn't like this question by the Fox News guy, although he did need to ask it because he asked it originally and Zelinsky didn't answer it. I don't think anybody needs to apologize to anybody for that spat, if I'm being honest. The spat that happened on Friday in the Oval Office. My opinion is that got heated, and that's okay. Now you need to move on and get some stuff worked out. Like, nobody needs to apologize for it getting heated. These things happen in negotiations. Nobody said your mother's a whore or your dog needs to get poisoned and die. Like, the only way you break a strong man is to create a wall of nations, making sure that he knows if anything flies, it comes back. Breaking up the wall is only going to be a strong man. That's very fair, too. Very fair, too.
that we have to be very open and very honest. And I'm not sure that we did something bad. I think maybe sometimes
I agree with Zelinsky. I don't think anybody did anything bad.
Out of media, with all respect to democracy and to a free media, but there are things that where we have to understand the position of Ukraine and Ukrainians.
I love the open conversation too, but the problem is, like, the media takes it and it gets sensationalized. Like, I don't... Like, you know, seeing... Or are you talking about our open conversation here? Which you might be. And in which case, I love our open conversation as well. But yeah, like, with this thing, you know, like, this... Yeah, they had a little spat. That's fine. It's a lover's quarrel, guys. Chill. Talking about the stream? Hell yeah. But yeah, like, yeah, I mean, like, that's really all it was. A little spat, a little lover's quarrel. Like, again, nobody called anybody's mother a whore, or, you know, nobody said that your grandma wears polka dots, or, you know, whatever the insults are now these days. Oh, man. Putin has killed political rivals. Yeah, that's very fair. So.
And I think that is the most important thing. Yes, we are partners. You know, we are very close partners. We have to be fair. We have to be very free.
I'm told that you were told multiple times from lawmakers on Capitol Hill and the White House to make today about the minerals deal and the economic deal, and then get it signed and let negotiations play out over security guarantees step by step. Is that true?
I said that we have to sign this document, and we are ready for this. And this will be the first step to security guarantees, but it's not enough. I think so. Maybe I don't know something. I don't know some details. That's why I wanted to share it with the president, my thoughts, and to hear him again, because he has a plan how to stop Putin. And maybe, as I said, maybe it's out of big conversations, but we have to share it, you know.
Again, Zelensky's just saying he's trying to get more than just a verbal/written agreement for security. Because Putin doesn't, like Dr. Vimes said, Putin doesn't give a damn about that shit.
This is so sensitive. you know, just a ceasefire without security guarantees. This is so sensitive for our people. I'm speaking like a president of a people who are in this struggle 3 years, and they just want to hear that America on our side and that America will stay with us,
Fair.
not with Russia.
Makes
with
sense.
us. That's it. But I'm sure that it will be. This is the first step to security guarantees. Europeans, we don't need to lose them. They are good allies for the United States. The United States is the most or the biggest donator of support and of peace. But we don't need to lose Europe, and they also want to know next steps. We have to be very open to understand how to stop the war.
Right. But do you think the public spat in the Oval Office in front of the media served Ukrainians well today?
I think this kind of spat is I mean this this is not good for both sides.
That is exactly right. It is not good for both sides. And after watching it back, especially not good for us. I don't know why we went off like we did, to be honest.
Anyway, and
we being Vance and Trump.
Very open, but I can't, you know, change our Ukrainian attitude to Russia, and I don't want they kill us for us. You know, this is very, very clear that Americans are the best of our friends. Europeans.
And you can kind of hear it in his voice. He's getting emotional about this. Like, this means a lot to him. Of course it does. It's his country.
Are the best of our friends, and Putin with Russian, their enemies. And it doesn't mean that we don't want peace. We just want to recognize the reality, the real situation.
President Trump is convinced that you will never sign a deal with Vladimir Putin. Is he right?
No, I think so. What I think. Ukraine.
Again, with the English second language, he started with the word no, in case anybody missed it. The question was, will you not sign a deal with Putin? And he said no, which means he will. Go back and make sure.
You will never sign a deal.
Oh, you will never sign a deal. And his first word is no.
I think so. What I think. Ukraine wants peace, and we will have anyway diplomacy. We will have negotiations. I only said that I think so. It's about just and lasting peace. It means that we have to be very strong at the table of negotiations, and at these negotiations, Ukraine and Russia, like sides of this war, have to be, and the United States and Europe. That's what I said. So we are ready for peace, but we have to be in strong position.
Yeah, I feel like Trump latched onto this, you don't want to sign this thing, and maybe he doesn't, but I haven't actually heard him say that. I mean, he hasn't. I don't think he's signed it as of today, but maybe he did. I haven't kept up on the news much today, if I'm honest.
What does it mean? Just to know that our army is strong, that our partners with us, and that we have security guarantees. Am I not right?
Leaving the White House today.
He wants security.
He's looking to go on and fight. He wants to come back right now, but I can't do that.
What do you make of that? Do you want to continue fighting?
I was going to say something, but we'll let him say it.
If you had the opportunity to go back to the White House right now, would you do it?
No. First of all, we want peace. That's why I'm in the United States. That's why I visited President Trump. And thanks for invitation again. The deal on minerals is the first step to security guarantees. It's meant for the peace, closer to peace. That's why I'm here. And we have tough situation. To understand it is to be in Ukraine. You saw it, Brad. You was once. Thank you again. So I think that's very important to understand what's going on. But I respect my soldiers and our people, our civilians who work and support our warriors. I can't say just stop. Nobody will stop because everybody afraid that Putin will come back.
Man Without a
tomorrow.
Face, The Unlikely Rise of Vladimir Putin. Great book. Worth a read. Man is a league above most. Moved up in the Boris Yeltsin's government. Became leader from basically unknown. That does not make Not wrong there either. I might have to read that book. That might be.
We want
read.
just and lasting peace. It's true. We want security guarantees.
So that will be a real
raised
interesting
this
read.
topic about NATO, the quickest way, but not all the countries are on this side. I said, okay, if not NATO, nobody is pushing. If not NATO, let's build NATO in Ukraine. That's my position. Europeans are ready to have contingents on our territory, boots on the ground. United States.
So he's saying they're not letting us into NATO. Let's make our own collaboration of countries so that we can be safe from Putin.
Europeans. Look at Europe. It's strong. It became stronger, but they also want to have allies like the United States. That's what I said. I just want to understand what the peace. It's not my question, Brad. This is the question from all our people.
You mentioned when I traveled to the front lines with you last year to see the situation, to mark the anniversary of the war, and this is what you told me back then.
Will Ukrainians survive without Congress support? Of course.
End of the day, who do we think knows more about Putin's actions, Trump or the Z-Man? Yeah, right. The guy who's been right next door, right? Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Vimes, for that follow. I appreciate that so
the
much.
question today is, can Ukraine win this war or hold off Russia without continued U.S. support?
It will be difficult for us. That's why I'm here. That's why we speak about the future negotiations. It will be difficult without your support, but we can't lose our values, our people. We can't lose.
I was going to ask, does Brad want him to say, yeah, we're going to lose? Like, they're not going to admit to that, man.
You know it. Russians came to our houses, and everybody.
Right. We got ads starting soon. I pause here for ads so people don't miss content in case, you know, Twitch makes them watch some dumb shit. So they're going to start. I've got to use the bathroom anyways, so it's a good time. If you haven't stretched in a while or gotten yourself some water, you should definitely do things. And we will finish this up, and I'll give my final thoughts, and we'll probably be done for today. It is insane how some leftist channels ban people from calling China and government premises. Type of race. Yeah, I agree with that. Heck yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty open here. We like to talk and have civilized conversations. I don't love shilling for any side, one side or another. So my personal opinion is them versus us is not left versus right. It's rich versus poor, rich versus everybody else, really. But we'll get into that more right after these ads run. I use the bathroom real quick. I think it looks fixed. All right, that was dumb. I don't know why the microphone wasn't working at the beginning. Let's try the intro again. Come, be avenged, and welcome in to another exciting episode of Video Gaming with Violet. I think that was a lot better, and since we've started off on the right foot now, how are all you guys doing? I hope it's good. I hope it's better than that introduction I just did, because damn. Anyways. It's good to see you guys today. These could end up terrible. You're not wrong, Bandit. But you know, you can't know until you try, and we're gonna try. And if we end up, you know, cause see, here's the other thing, right? Drama sells. I'm not a big advocator of drama, and drama sells, or I should say, but drama sells. So I guess this is my way of jumping into the drama pool and being like, okay, here I am. Who wants to take the bait? Because, like, honestly, I see way too many people shilling for one side or the other. I did have a comment on my short. Was it today's short? I think it was today's short. Somebody on YouTube decided to... All right, we're back, friends. Still got a couple of seconds for the ads get done. We're still going to wait for them. Yeah, I think this has been a great stream. I hope that less news happens, so I have to do this less often, but at the same time, we know that's not going to happen. So we're going to keep de-propagandizing the news at least a little bit, trying to have open discourse. All the fun stuff. We got just a little bit more here of the Zelinsky interview, and coming up here, you're going to see how he struggles with English, understanding English. There's more than one time he looks off screen to what I assume is an off-screen interpreter somewhere that helps him understand what is being asked. All right, friends, welcome back. Those who are stuck on ads, we are going to wrap this up here now. Here in the end of the interview is where it starts to become apparent that Zelinsky is not as well-versed in English as one may think. And we'll see that here shortly.
But you know, everybody saw it, video, images, a lot of things. They killed so many people. Just to forget it, just to say that Putin is a great guy? No, without us. We don't want it. That's why we speak about, you know, everybody remembered how it was the first days of the war, how they came. Nobody wants in Ukraine. Yes, of course, nobody will forget it, but nobody wants to have, again, new wave of occupation. That's why when we say, no NATO, what security guarantees can we have? I'm not pushing, we are not pressuring, we're just asking, we're just sharing very clear messages to our friends, to Americans. Right. If you stay with us, thank you so much. But let's do the infrastructure of security guarantees. Let's just share with our people, that America stay with us. That's great. We count on it. But just to share it and to say it, that's all.
How does the war end? How do you get to a deal? You're at a place right now where there is no deal. How do you get it back on track?
I still don't think that's true.
Europe is ready for contingents and to...
I think that question is just the American media trying to sensationalize something. Like, I think Zelinsky wants a deal probably as much as anybody wants a deal. But he wants a guarantee to go with that deal because he knows what has happened with just talking signatures.
With financing of big...
Europe is already making... Did I touch on that comment? Europe is already making a move to make the wall. I do kind of question, why is Europe's commitment contingent on America? Yeah, that's very fair too. That is definitely something to consider. If Putin gets a land deal for invading, what does he do the next time he wants more land? Well, yeah, he invades again, and the cycle continues. Which is Zelinsky's sentiment from the beginning. Like, he thinks Putin wants to take over the world, and maybe he does. Who the hell am I to know?
Army, such big as we have now. This is our army, is the part of security guarantees. Now we want to find the place for our biggest strategic partner, for the United States, or United States will propose where and how a United States will give us security guarantees, what kind of and what part of volume of security guarantees. And when we will be ready with this, we will come to diplomacy. To diplomacy, yes, with Russians, Europeans, United States, and we. Four of us, I think this is real way, because with weapon, it's too long, it's not enough. We don't have enough weapon to push them out, and we don't see now. For now, we don't see.
Again, weapons are the problem. I still don't understand why JD went down this path of a people shortage. Unless maybe he's lubing us up for when this deal is actually made and we do put boots on the ground in Ukraine against Russia for, you know, I don't know, attacking our mineral rights because there are minerals now or whatever.
Big volume of new support from the United States, but with all respect again. So for today, we'll be ready with security guarantee. Really, when I say NATO, it's not about that I mean, we are focusing on this word. It's about very understandable infrastructure of security guarantees. And you see that no NATO countries, for today, no NATO countries been under attacks.
Senator Lindsey Graham, Republican from South.
And that's very true, too. There aren't many, if any, NATO countries that are under attack, which is why he wants to be part of the wall, as Dr. Vimes so eloquently put it. Honestly,
Carolina.
It's a great way to put it.
Proponent of you and of Ukraine said this today after the meeting.
I have never been more.
Here's an example of people just jumping on some shit to sensationalize in news. This loser, Graham, whoever the hell he is, he's also a disgrace to American politicians.
Proud of the president. I was very proud of J.D. Vance standing up for our country. We want to be helpful.
I mean, that is something to be proud of, but that's not what they did.
What I saw in the Oval Office was disrespectful.
I agree, but we're not talking about the same people.
And I don't know if we can ever do business with Zelinsky again.
That's stupid.
Either needs to resign and send somebody over that we can do business with, or he needs to change.
So he says you need to continue, consider.
Yeah. That guy, whoever that guy was, that guy's a moron. I don't know why whoever voted for him put him in power, but that guy is dumb as hell. By the way, hey, we can go back. Lindsey Graham, South Carolina. Hey, South Carolina, could you maybe get your shit together a little bit? That guy's a fucking loser. Just saying. Europe wants American backing because it's a huge amount of resources and power. They have places like Turkey have great power and action. That's fair. I mean, I understand that, like, we still have a lot of military power, but I guess that's really all that it is, right? Because we're talking about war and controlling with force. So I guess that's really all that matters.
Disrespectful.
But it matters different to, like, us as Americans, because we see, like, our economy isn't great. Our military might still be great, but our economy is, like, fucking dying, basically. So yeah, I mean,
And I don't know if we can ever do business with Zelinsky again. He either needs to resign and send some.
And I think that's just that's just crap and trash that he's spewing. Lindsey Graham, a disgrace to America.
Consider resigning. Is that on the table?
I don't know if he will be happy after my words. This decision can do only people of Ukraine.
That the USA backs Russia.
You're not going to step down.
I can kind of understand that, but at the same time, I kind of don't, too. Because, like, Trump himself has said some very, like, kind of things. But I still don't see the people going along with it. It's the same, it's kind of like the same conversation I had at the beginning of stream where we were talking about how Yanukovych back in 2014 in Ukraine tried to take over Ukraine. Well, he was the president already, so I guess he didn't try to take over, but he was like enabling or signing into laws these draconian type of anti-protest and anti-freedom type laws, and I don't see that, like, if that happened in America, the same thing that happened in Ukraine in 2014 would happen in America now. Like, there's no way that the people of America let Trump be a dictator. Not for too freaking long, anyway. I don't see it happening. Us Americans are kind of dumb, but I don't think we're that dumb. I don't think. I guess I could be wrong. Been wrong before. I'll be wrong again, probably. So Yeah. But anyways,
to do a peace deal.
No, I was always ready. I'm not sure that is a good idea for I mean this such proposals. But anyway,
I agree with that. Basically, he was saying he doesn't know if it's a good idea that some senator from or representative from some state is making these threats or these claims.
If the United States will support NATO, so I think that it's enough for Ukraine. So I think I did all I had to do. And if somebody is not, this happy with me, okay. But between us, yes, Americans.
I still think the majority of Americans like their freedom. And as the second somebody starts to take some of those really away, the stuff that's happening in the UK right now with speech laws and all that shit, I think the first time anybody tries that here, they're getting publicly hung. I still feel like a lot of Americans, me included actually, and that's kind of how I feel this way. A lot of Americans are like, look, I like my piece of land, however much it is that you've bought and you own and you pay taxes on, or you rent and I like what I've got going on here in America. It's free enough. We're losing it on the economy, but it's okay enough that we don't feel like we need to take next steps. But as soon as somebody starts to fuck with that, I think America's going to come together in a way that you have never seen, because I still think Americans like their freedom. There's a difference between talking to someone and talking... Oh, I missed... I don't have much faith. Yep. Yes, but in the White House just then, did it feel like the Z-Man was talking someone to meant to respect the USA fairly, or did it feel like he was talking to Trump? I don't understand your comment, Dr. Vimes. It might just be because it's late here and I'm starting to fade as an entertainer and content creator. But yeah, I don't quite understand. In the White House just then, did it feel like Zelinsky was talking and to represent the USA fairly, or did it feel like he was talking to Trump? Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, technically right now they're one and the same, but that's part of my whole situation on yeah, I feel like he felt like he was talking to Trump. It felt to me like he was talking to Trump. I think for the most part, Trump represents the USA fairly. I think, when, and I'm pretty sure Trump did this, called Zelinsky a dictator. I don't think that was quite fair. Although somebody did tell me that's very fair, Dr. Grimes. There's a big difference between the president and the man. So, okay, no, I think I understand now. So in that respect, I would say he was talking to the president. I felt that Zelinsky was talking to the president of the United States in the White House. That could have been anybody. It just happened to be Trump on Friday. That's my feeling. And you're definitely right. There's definitely a difference between the president and the man, Trump. President Trump versus Donald Trump. Absolutely. See, I only say that because, on some aspects, I fully agree with Trump. We need to cut spending, and we need to, and I mean, on the whole, we're not talking about the Ukraine thing this very moment. On the whole, cutting spending, government shrink, all that kind of stuff sounds great to me. But then Trump will say things like Zelensky's a dictator, and you know, other wild, like 300 billion, 350 billion, whatever. Like, no, it's actually only like 120 billion. Again, still a lot of money, but not nearly the number he said. It never happened with me. It never happened with me. Well, I don't believe that, man. Sorry. You're telling me that for 4 years that nobody violated any accords or ceasefires or peace treaties or whatever you want to call them? I don't think so. I agree with that. I agree with that too. I think that whole like thank you thing is just it's stupid. It's almost as stupid as the reporter who was like, "Why aren't you wearing a suit, Zelinsky?" That's just dumb. I don't know why JD got on that kick, and then Trump just picked it up from what JD was doing. I feel like none of that. Like, yeah, I mean, for the love of God, the brother Zelinsky said thank you 4 times in 4 minutes when he first got a chance to speak at the beginning of the meeting. Like, that's a thank you a minute for the first 4 minutes. Like, I think I agree with you where you say that, like, yeah, I think the president should be able to calm any situation. And I guess I voted for Trump because of that, but maybe he can't after watching this thing go down on. Of course, there's always the did Trump plan some of this? Like, is this just a ploy to get Zelensky to sign a better deal for us? Yeah, and I agree. And to be completely fair to that, Trump said in that interview, it might have been about 5 minutes later, Zelensky was dressed fine for the White House. So if you see anybody on the news who's hyping that up, they're jerks. They're sensationalizing stuff. You probably should get different news people if those are the people you're listening to and watching for your news. If that's what they're sensationalizing, because Trump didn't care. Trump didn't care at all. Trump actually admonished the reporter for asking that question, called it a dumb question, and then not 5 minutes later said, "You're dressed just fine for being here." So any of the news reporters that jump on that and, well, Zelensky wasn't gone, you know, no, Trump said that was fine. Like, and I think he was dressed fine, honestly. I don't think you have to wear a suit everywhere. I think that's old guard logic. You know what I mean? When I say old guard, I mean, like, you know, back in the 50s when everybody wore suits to work and you know, all that kind of stuff. So, like, yeah, maybe we don't need suits anymore, guys. Like, it's okay. We don't have to be stuffy. Like, we don't have to be uncomfortable. A nice collared polo or 3-button shirt like he's wearing that's fantastic. What are you joking about? I hate those people who are like, you have to wear a suit. Why? Because I said so, or because the business demands it. Why? That doesn't make any sense. It's never made sense, really, and it makes even less sense the further away we get from, I want to say, like, the rigidity of the olden days, but you like a tie sometimes? Heck yeah. And there's the thing too, like, if you like that crap, wear that crap. But don't make me wear it. It's the same way I look at a lot of things. Like, you do you, fam. Don't force me to do you, because I won't like that. And you won't like it either, because I won't do it nicely. I wear a polo once in a while. Yeah. For my wedding, sure. Heck yeah. No, I mean, yeah. Like, and obviously sometimes there's a place, like, I would, if I were ever to get married, I would tux it up. Why not? Like, it was like the only second time I'll wear a tux, except for maybe to my fucking funeral. So, yeah.
vote for American president. Each European country vote for their president, and
this that he's saying is interesting. The question again was, would Zelinsky step down if he thought it would make America come to the negotiation table? And what he's about to say is only Ukrainians can vote for Ukrainians. I wore a suit and Converse for my wedding. Love a suit, but yeah, fair. Very fair indeed. I actually don't mind dress shoes. I had to wear them a lot when I was in chorus back in high school. White shirt, tie, dress slacks. Yo, what's up? 2321, how's it going? How you doing? Welcome in. We're just wrapping it up for tonight. Well, we're not just wrapping it. We got a little bit more to go, but we're winding it down for tonight. We've been talking about the excitement in the Oval Office on Friday, and now we're watching. You just watched something slightly amusing. Heck yeah! And now we're watching Zelinsky speak after that meeting to a Fox News interviewer. He went to boarding school and had to wear a yeah, yikes. Fair, my friend. But it was like a parody. Ha, heck yeah, that's funny as heck. We watched The Real Thing a little while ago. I feel like our government, I'm in America, by the way. I feel like our government, my government, was way out of line in that meeting. I've talked to people who don't think that, but I feel like while we do need to stand up for ourselves as a country, some of the things that the vice president and the president started harping on were like, huh? Why? What? Where did you even get that information from? Because I can't find that information. Like, I mean, I'm not saying that I'm the perfect information finder either, but I'm just saying like the example of like JD Vance jumping on Zelinsky about a troop shortage. Do they have a troop shortage? I couldn't find anything published that says that. But not even by like some wacko on 4chan or some shit. You know what I mean? Like I found nothing to show anything about a people shortage, and yet that was one of the things Vance was harping on. Also the thank you thing, like, friends, Zelinsky said thank you 4 times in the first 4 minutes he was allowed to speak. That's all I really gotta say. I mean, he's been like doubling down since that spat, which he's trying to show good faith, so I guess I get it, but like, again, what a weird thing to harp on. He to me, he seemed plenty thankful. When has the USA not? Yeah, exactly. All this stand up for yourself stuff. When has the USA not? Exactly. As a world player, we are pretty fucking loud and standing. Yeah, 100%. 100%.
Only Ukrainian. With all respect to Lindsay, if I can say Lindsay, we know each other. Yes, and only Ukrainians.
Democrats.
Yeah, he's saying only Ukrainians can
the opposite reaction to the Oval Office.
The meeting meme? Yeah, absolutely. You might have to whisper it to me. I think the bot stops links. Or exclamation mark links will get you into our Discord, where you can post pretty much whatever you want to, as long as it ain't against the Discord terms of service.
Hemorrhaging as America sides with dictators over democracy. What an embarrassment. Do you think the confrontation in the Oval Office today was pre-planned, like Senator Murphy suggests?
I don't know.
You don't know. You think maybe?
I don't know. No. I don't. I mean, this. I don't know.
I missed the question
the Oval
here.
Office was a planned ambush designed to help
bummer.
a brutal Russian dictator and hurt America's security. Trump has become Putin's lapdog, and America's global power is hemorrhaging as America sides with dictators over democracy. What an embarrassment. Do you think the confrontation in the Oval Office today was pre-planned, like Senator Murphy suggests?
I don't know.
You don't know. You think maybe?
I don't know. No. I don't. I mean, this. I don't know about.
Yeah, guy, bro, Dude, interviewer guy, he said he doesn't know. He didn't say maybe. He didn't say that could have happened. Yeah, no, we are. You're not wrong, Dr. Vimes. And I appreciate you being here and not being American, because that's a view I don't have. I don't have a non-American view because I am American. And I appreciate other views. I like to have my views challenged. I like to debate things, actually. I probably should have been on the debate team in high school, but I didn't. I wasn't. Too dumb. I did have, KNS found one little thing about potentially troops. And I can understand, too, how Zelinsky or Vance might be, like, thinking about the long term where, like, Russia just has more people in it than Ukraine does. Therefore, Russia could... Oh, awesome. You're the man. Thank you so much. And or woman, and or whatever you identify as. Crap, I'm doing really bad at this, but you are awesome. That's what I mean to say. I was on the debate team. It's not that great. It makes you annoying because you end up trying to debate everything. Oh, man. Well, maybe it's good I'm not on the debate team, although I do like to debate things, so... But yeah, healthy conversation is healthy. Yeah, I agree with that, too. I'm actually really surprised that I didn't... So far, I haven't had any, like, trolls or flamers on this on my particular page that have just been, like, either shilling for one side, like, Zelensky so bad, Zelensky so bad, Zelensky so bad, or, you know, Trump so bad, Trump so bad. Maybe not, though. Anyway, back to the video.
I think no. I think it was just a really tough situation because we've been very open, very direct.
What set you off? What made you mad?
I agree. Zelinsky doesn't think that it was planned. I don't really think it was planned either. I think people just got heated. Like Zelinsky just said, it's a tough situation. Not everything is a debate. That, you know, I had to learn that, and I wasn't even on the debate team, so you know, so I totally understand it. But yeah, so
mad because
yeah, Zelinsky was saying that he doesn't think it was staged, and I don't think it was staged either. I think people just got heated.
Your tenor and tone set that.
It's not about mad. It's not, Brad. You see, how to say, when you are in the United States.
And there's my first example of how to say. He knows what he wants to say in Ukrainian. He's having trouble getting it out in English.
And for example, president or vice president or somebody or senators, it doesn't matter, big politicians, yes? When they, for example, say that Ukraine is almost destroyed, that our soldiers...
Thank you so much, Shelton, for that follow.
That they are not heroes, that Ukraine lost millions of civilians, that his president is dictator, you know? What is the reaction? It's not about me. The reaction is that where is our friendship between Ukraine and the United States?
Because Fox
this is filling. I do
invited him. That's the word I'm looking for. Holy shit. Yeah, because Fox invited him. And I feel like maybe he's at this point trying to do a little bit of damage control. I don't know. Premiered February 20. Okay, so this was the same day. He went later that day to do Fox News. Okay. Maybe. That's a good question. I don't really care about any of one particular news organization, if I'm honest. Like, I think Fox is just as dumb as CNN is just as dumb as, well, any of the news organizations. They're all trying to bias you in one way or another, and that's exactly and 100% why I've started this this particular segment that I do here, the propagandizing the news, which is pretty much kind of what we're doing here. Was what I'm trying to do here. To just get the facts and like solid the word I'm looking for? Like, you know, trying to pull like what they're trying to get you to jump react to and that type of thing. Trying to pull that out and just get down to the meat and potatoes of what is actually going on in these situations. So why Fox and not ABC or CNN? I don't actually have an answer to that one. Actually, maybe I do. He knows, Zelinsky knows the reporter. That reporter that is interviewing Zelinsky right now went to Ukraine at one point and probably did a piece over there. That's very fair too, Dr. Vimes. He's not an idiot. He knows where the Trump support comes from. He knows that Trump supporters watch Fox probably more than they watch CNN or ABC or whatever.
We do not want to lose our great partners at the United States. And I just said that it's not the first time. I said it by phone, and we had some other conversations, and we had in Munich meetings, and I said, please, be correct. Just, I want to be very polite. I mean this, be correct with this number. When you say about the number, each person is important. When you say about 1 million of losses, we don't have any million of losses. Just, when you speak about the territories, maybe some.
And by that he means we don't have millions of losses. We've lost 1 million lives. Like it, and it's hard for like us not being emotionally invested in it to see it that way. And that's just what he's trying to say there is
it's not just
there's an emotional aspect of it.
It's people lives.
It's not territory, it's houses.
Their fathers, mothers,
to an extent, he's correct.
They died or this, I mean, this during this war. Nobody wants to forgive Putin. It's not funny, you know, or fairy tale. This is real life. That's what I said. And when you said it, a lot of times to my big friends who've been here today in our dialogue, and then they again begin to repeat the same things, I think it's not, I mean this, that's why I said it's not a good way between partners, good partners and friends. That's it. And I think that if journalists asking questions to president,
that's a very good point, Dr. Vimes.
He has his interviews.
Trump is a person who is affected by public opinion. And if somebody wanted to convince Trump to do something, yeah, you would start at the voters, for sure. Get the public to be on your side. Trump likes to be the hero of the public. Yeah.
Shouldn't this dynamic, if you're going to be like this, be behind closed doors? Not...
Of course.
Well... Now, reporter guy, what a silly question. Of course it should, but Zelinsky didn't want it to be public.
So
Trump did.
Are you regretting that happened today?
Regretting?
Here's another example. He doesn't understand English as well as you might think. Everybody here who speaks English knows what regret means, regretting, and he does not. He's looking to an interpreter. He gets an interpretation. He answers the question very well.
Yes, I think it was not good. I think.
See what I mean? I think some of that transpired in the Oval Office was because he doesn't speak English as a first language, and some of the nuances of English got lost in translation.
It was not good because we had a lot of different dialects. I'm always open to media, but there are very sensitive things. I just want to be honest, and I just want our partners to understand the situation correctly, and I want to understand everything correctly. That's about us. Not to lose our friendship.
A couple more things. What are the next steps?
Yeah, I know, right?
Here we are today. Yeah. What are the next steps?
I think so. United States wanted this deal very much. and we've been not against this deal.
Yeah, of course he
We
does.
wanted to understand what part in security guarantees will take this deal and what next steps. Just again to understand for our people, during the war, what you don't like, even sometimes hate, surprises. It's understandable. Many terrible things this war brought to us. So we don't want any surprises. Yes, that's why we want to be very fair with our partners. And I think this deal, it was prepared by teams. It was not simple during weeks. And now it's ready. I think that they have to sign. The countries have to sign. The ministers have to sign.
I can tell you the Kansas City Chiefs sure were. Although they shouldn't be, they didn't even show up to play. At least during the last Super Bowl. Shit, the Eagles beat the hell out of those Chiefs.
That's it. I don't know when they will do it. It depends on the American side.
So
exactly.
the minerals deal did not have security guarantees listed in it.
It's a part.
The security guarantees?
This is the part in the infrastructure of security guarantees. Because, for example, President Trump shared that I think so that if we will be there in some productions and etc. in minerals, that Putin will never come.
This is true. They do know how to do that.
I said to him, don't trust Putin. Why? I said, because it's not, I mean this, we respect and we believe in strongness of the United States, but I said to him that we had more than 20 companies, American companies, big companies on the territory of Ukraine. And we had offices, even on temporary occupied territories. For Putin, it doesn't matter. It's American, European company or Ukraine, it doesn't matter. He just came and occupied it. That's what I said. I think this is a great idea, how to strengthen Ukraine and how to make business between two countries, how to make additional jobs for two countries, but it's not.
And like he's saying here, he's just reiterating his point. He needs something more than, oh, it'll be fine. Here's a signature. He just wants something a little bit more. Maybe that's us, like, or us and Europe. Like, I forget. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I forgot which one of you said it now. One of you were talking about the wall, making the wall to stop Putin. Like, you know, Ukraine just wants, like, well, what if he comes and invades again? Like, we make this deal and he comes and invades again. Like, he wants to know that boots are going to be on the ground, or like weapons are going to be, like, not coming at some point, but like already on their way there. Or he wants us to put in, we got that anti-missile thing now that I don't fully understand. That's some sort of new tech that we developed to help stop Iran from launching missiles, I think. But they could also help stop Russia from launching missiles if we put it in Ukraine. And like, maybe that'll be enough of a security guarantee to get Zelinsky to sign a deal or something. He's looking for something just a little bit more.
Said that Trump.
It's American, European company or Ukraine, it doesn't matter. He just came and occupied it. That's what I said. I think this is a great idea, how to strengthen Ukraine and how to make business between two
He doesn't have the cards.
to make additional jobs for two.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I think the best part about that is that we the best part about that, he doesn't have the cards, is like Zelinsky got upset about that because I don't think he understood the euphemism. The English euphemism.
Two countries, but it's not just these will not save us.
I read what the Democratic senator said, that Trump has become Putin's lapdog. Do you agree with that President Trump is too close to Vladimir Putin in your mind?
We spoke about it, and I think today very openly President Trump, he said that I want to be in the middle, otherwise I will not put these guys at the table.
And is he right?
Honestly, yes. If you ask me, he's right. Yeah. Well, I don't know about the most petty thing. I'm pretty sure the most petty thing was J.D. Vance bitching about him saying thank you enough. Because he was saying thank you enough. In my opinion, anyway. But yeah, no, the cards thing was pretty petty for sure. Definitely slightly petty.
I I want really, I want to be very honest, I want really him to be more at our side. I will explain.
Of course he does. And of course he does. Like anybody would. You want the arbitrator of a disagreement on your side. That's why companies have that clause in their terms of service to go to arbitration, because arbitration almost always comes out in favor of the company because the arbitrator is on the company's side.
And why? Because it's not just that the war began somewhere between our countries. The war began when Russia brought this war to our country, and they are not right. And they are not right. They didn't respect our territorial integrity. They brought the war on our territory, to our families. Sorry for repeating, to our houses. And they're not right. And of course, all the Ukrainians want to hear strong position of the United States on our side. From one side, it's understandable. From another side, he wants to find some way of dialogue with Putin. But he always said, as I remember, he always said that peace through strength. And that's why I think that he's strong, United States strong, two parties together. In this question, two parties always together against Russia. You're very strong to do strong steps against Putin.
Yeah, I know, right? You don't have the cards. I mean, I do get what Trump was trying to say there, but yeah, again, like Mr. Magic on with the English language there. All right, sick. We'll look at that right after we get done with this. We're almost done with that, and then we'll laugh at the meme and finish it up for tonight.
Will there be a very rigorous accounting of where the money has gone? It seems like there is some question about whether there's corruption or sold military equipment.
No, it can't be so. 100 billions we've got during 3 years.
183 from the U.S.
Yeah. Now, on the paper, in the documents, yes, but we have, in fact, because 67
I agree with that.
Like a weapon.
I don't know if that's what'll happen, but I do agree with that. Yeah, the only deal you make with Putin is to make him scared to do anything for fear of annihilation.
American side.
I don't disagree with that.
41.5, it was direct financial support to the budget. Again,
I talked through it a little bit, but he's just going over the fact that everything he's done with the money he's been given is transparent. Whether it is or not, I don't know.
Very open with this.
Last thing, Mr. President. Yeah. Do you think your relationship with Donald Trump, President Trump, after today, can be salvaged?
Here's another example of how I don't think Zelinsky might not know exactly English as much as well as he speaks it. He might not understand it as well as he speaks it. That's what I meant to say.
Can be. Yes, of course, because it's relations more than two presidents. It's the historical relations, strong relations between our people. And that's why I always began with to thank your people, from our people. And this is the most important. And of course, thankful to President and of course to Congress, but first of all to your people. Your people helped to save our people. People, the first. Human rights, the first. This is very, very important. And we are thankful and sorry for this. I mean, we wanted very much to have only strong relations, and I very count that we will have it.
Mr. President, we're honored that you kept this interview. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
He may have canceled other interviews based on that statement. All right, so now the meme. So basically, I guess, real quickly, before we get to the meme, sum up the important stuff here. My thoughts on what happened on Friday is that we were in the wrong. President Trump and J.D. Vance, while maybe trying to protect American interests, I mean, I'm sure they were trying to protect American interests because, well, hopefully they are, because I voted for them too. But I think they handled that badly. I think JD handled it badly, and I think Trump handled it okay. I liked that Trump didn't, like, slow JD down or stop him entirely. Like, he showed a united front for our government, which I liked. I didn't like the fact that they were, like, attacking Zelinsky on stuff. That seemed really, like, I won't say out of character, but, like, that seemed like it shouldn't have happened. I don't know why it happened. Maybe there's an agenda there that I'm not understanding. But to me, it seemed like what do we do in America? Like, what's going on here? Why? What? I think JD Vance needs to be reined in just ever so slightly. But then again, I also think that the shaking up of our government that they're doing is a good thing. So, like, I guess you can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs, and there's no way everybody walks away from any deal with Putin happy, I'm sure. But if we could maybe get the fighting stopped, that would be a great first step. If anybody else has anything to say before we get to the funny haha, and of course you can say stuff then too, but as far as, like, we've been having discussion, I would urge you to leave any closing remarks at this point, and we'll all have a quick laugh, and well, I guess I don't know how quick it is. I haven't looked at the video yet. We'll all have a laugh, and hopefully I'll see you guys tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for some GTA. Yeah, we're gonna be playing video games tomorrow. Do variety stuff here, so if you're not back because you love politics, I understand. We'll be doing that again too, so don't unfollow me just yet. More politics will come, just not tomorrow. I do have a schedule down here. The morning shows are usually politics shows, but this evening politics show went pretty good, so we might be having more evening politics shows too. Let's see, where even is my stuff here? Browser. Aw, auto which part? The fact that it's gonna be over soon today, or that I'm not doing politics tomorrow. All right, but here we have, thank you, what's up? Here we have, if Trump was president in 1940. Both. Yeah, that's fair. We will get back to politics, though. Thursday morning, 9:30.
To the White House.
You're not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having cards. I'm not playing cards. Right now, you don't have serious, Mr. President. I'm very serious. You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with world wars. You're gambling. What are you talking about? What you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country. I'm with all respect to your country. Far more than a lot of people say they should have.
Have you said thank you once?
A lot of times.
No.
Even today.
You said
Even today.
Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America, and the president is trying to save your country.
Please, you think that if you will speak very loudly about the war, you
He's
can
not
just...
speaking loudly. He's not speaking loudly. Your country is in big trouble.
Can I answer?
No,
Can
there's
I
not a lot
answer?
of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
I know.
This is hilarious, actually.
We are staying in our country, staying strong. From the very beginning of the war, we've been alone.
If you didn't have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks. It's going to be a very hard thing to do business like that.
Say thank you.
I said a lot of times thank you to the American people.
You're wrong. We know that you're wrong.
That's funny. Holy crap. Winston Churchill in there instead. That's too funny. Too funny. Holy crap. Okay, what a good palate cleanser at the end of all this. Thank you so much, What's Up? Do appreciate you sharing that with us. That was definitely the thing to end this off with, for sure. I'm British. I have modern history degree that does not make me special, but I will say one thing. Churchill would have eaten Trump alive. Yeah. That man was not a good man, but damn, he could deal with people. I agree with that. Yeah. That was definitely just Zelinsky's lines ported onto Churchill's body. No, Churchill would have absolutely destroyed Trump in that situation. For sure. All right, so we're off to somewhere. I'm not sure what's going on in the wide world of Twitch. We're gonna find somebody to raid. I do have a raid message, if you wouldn't mind. The top one if you're a subscriber, the bottom one if you're not. When we, cue closing time, except for copyright. So yeah, I would play that, but copyright. I would play a lot of things, but copyright. But yeah, so I appreciate you guys all being here. This has been great. This is my first like real deep dive into a political event like this. I had a lot of fun doing the research for it. I had a lot of fun presenting it. You record a guitar version? Heck yeah. I had a lot of fun having conversation with you guys. We met a lot of new friends tonight. Got a lot of follows. I was really excited about that. Thank you all so much for the follows. I do hope to see you again. Like I said, tomorrow night at 7:30 Eastern Standard Time, we're going to be playing Grand Theft Auto Online. The new expanded and enhanced has come to PC, and I must play it. So we're going to do that. We're going to explore maybe the new Oscar Guzman Flies Again DLC that also came out. But like, I'm going to be honest, House Special Workshop. That's happening first. I'm unlocking that, and I'm upgrading my Banshee GTS to a HSW vehicle the very first chance I get. That'll be like the first thing we do when I do it tomorrow. And then we'll figure out the rest of it from there. We'll have fun though. It'll be great chit chat either way, because the chit chat don't stop. We can talk about all sorts of anything you want. Just, nothing that's against the TOS, because then I have to ban you because, well, TOS. You're on an Avowed kick? Heck yeah, that's been getting a lot of traction. I haven't played it yet myself, but I've heard good things. Heck yeah. My current kick has actually been like Banjo-Tooie, and we're kind of like diverting from that tomorrow to play the new Grand Theft Auto, actually. So that'll be fun. Should I try another category in the politics area to go to? Our friends are online right now. Let's see who we're following that is online, perhaps. Inscription's a great game. Holy heck. I haven't played that in probably since it came out, because I played it like for a week when it first came out and crushed the hell out of it and didn't go back. That one's on me a little bit. Oh, speaking of my banjo kick, I think we're gonna go raid a streamer playing Banjo-Tooie. Her name is Loverish. Did you get to Game Plus? I did. Well, I don't know if I did New Game Plus. I did Casey's mod, if that's what you're talking about. I didn't get all the achievements for it, but I did do it. I did play quite a bit of Casey's mod, yeah. So that's, yeah, that is awesome. Like the roguelite version in the card playing game. Because when they released it, everybody screamed that it needed a roguelite version, so that's what Daniel Mullins did. You quit before that and never knew? Oof. Yeah, no, Casey's mod is fantastic. Oh, Make did it. Yeah. Casey's mod is fantastic. I think you can actually shortcut it by, like, what? Control-Shift-K, maybe? Or Control-Alt-K? And take you right to Casey's mod, perhaps? I don't remember exactly, but... Anyway, it's been a long session for me. 5 hours. I've gone longer streaming, but not on a highly charged topic like politics. So we're gonna go ahead and get on out of here. We're gonna go right over into Loverish. She's playing some Banjo-Tooie for the first time. It doesn't say it in her title this time, but last time we were there, it's a fairly blind playthrough and she's not looking for spoilers, so if we could all be... Oh, ads are not about to play. I don't think so. So if we could be respectful of that and not do any spoiling if you happen to know the Banjo-Tooie situation. I'm going to go ahead and hit that rate button now. Thank you all again for being here. I say this at the end of every stream, but I mean it every time. Your time is the most important commodity you have as a human being, and I appreciate you spending it with me the time you do. Today is no exception. Thank you all again for the new friends we've met and the old friends that came along with us today. Yeah, we mentioned stream tomorrow, 7:30 Eastern Standard Time. We got the links for our YouTube and our Discord and stuff like that. They're down in channels and anytime I'm live, links. Special Saturday stream happening March 8th. Me and a couple of friends, KNS Gamers Nexus, he was in here earlier, and Photonic Jester, who was not here today. We're all going to be playing some Chained Together, a stream together fashion. So that'll start at 5 o'clock Eastern Standard Time on March 8th. So do check that out when it comes around. And with all that being said, until next time, friends, I'm Violet Avenger, and you have all been avenged.